Hello, hello. How is everybody doing? Hey, Ahmed. How's it going? We have the round 2 of the Champions League today. A lot of matches. And we should have some co-casters as well joining us as we go through. Yeah, I had... Let's look at the brackets quickly. So, this is the Silver League bracket. Basically, we have two games, the semifinals to be played today from the Silver League. We have TreyTz against Akai-San, two players who basically had very good matches in the first round. Especially Trey had a fantastic match with Freak the start of the day, and then Akai-San had a very clinical performance against Radical in the first round. And then we have that is the first semi-final. Very much looking forward to it. Should be a lot of fun. Then we have Brewmaster versus LordSchelm. Brewmaster had a very good showing. He is the strongest player, I believe, in... I think Trey and himself are two of the strongest players in the Silver League, just based off of account power and like tag arena rankings and whatnot. But we also have LordSchelm joining us from the quarterfinals, having a convincing victory against Yuk, and that should be the second semifinals. And then we have the Gold League brackets, where we have Afghan, who had a very good match against Dead Ninja in the first round. The score says 2-0, but that match was much closer than what the score says. I can tell you that. And then we had a very good match between Nothingness and Bront Cat Herder, which went down to the wire 2-1. And Bront posted a video about it as well on his channel. So if you haven't checked that out, I would highly recommend that you do so. So Nothingness had a fantastic showing there. So I'm really looking forward to this first semi-final as well. And then, of course, we have LeMans Roman, who had a convincing victory against Lucho in the first round. And he's facing Wenches and Mead, who also had a very good showing against Yugemo Seva in the first round. So two semifinals over here. And then the flat bracket. So what about the voting? I'll just come to that. It's going to be a lot of fun, guys. So you're going to be able to do predictions for each and every single game, and whoever gets the highest number of predictions correct basically will get the gem pack as a reward. If you already have an existing gem pack, then you'll get the gem pack whenever that one expires. Basically, how that will work is you need to go to Discord, and you need to go into a channel that I created in Discord that is called Tournament Predictions. It's under the SMZ Champions League. I posted like a test poll over there. So every time there's a match, I'm going to post a new poll in there, and I will close the voting right before the match begins, and everybody's votes will be in there. And then we'll be able to take a look at all the votes once the game's done. And at the end of the night, I'm going to tally everything and see who gets out with the most. One caveat though, players, of course, who played their games. So for example, the game here, which is Blazin against Gaijinn. So neither Blazin nor Gaijinn's vote will count in that match, of course, because they know their score. So that's how it's going to work. Other players are very welcome to take part. You can also put exclamation mark predict in the chat, and it will show up. Yeah, exclamation mark predict. Discord shows up. Go into tournament predictions, that channel, and I will create the poll before each and every fight, basically. So those are the brackets for the Platinum League. We have Gaijinn against Blazin, both players who had very convincing victories against their round 1 opponents. Gaijinn's match was much closer, but yeah, this should be a fantastic showing. Two powerhouse players, very, very highly seeded players. Then we have Walth, who was part of the show matches a couple of weeks ago, and he also defeated Consistency, the YouTuber, 2-0, convincing fashion. And then we have Jota Catota, who was able to beat another YouTuber, Kenpachi, another streamer. That game was much closer, 2-1. So this should be a fun match. And then Sammy and Pro Damage. This was probably my favorite set of the first round of Platinum League. Very, very good match. It kind of pains me that Pro Damage is out in the first round, because that Rotos strategy, I put a video about it as well, was fantastic. So looking forward to seeing him in action against Shini. Shini had a 2-0 win against Hafo, but Hafo got quite unlucky with the sheep. But that's the thing. Shini uses a lot of sheep blessings. That's what we've seen as well. So that's going to be something to watch out for when Shini plays against Sammy. And then the final match is against is Anonymous, who had a convincing 2-0 win against Cyberron in the first round. He's going to be facing Euler, who's again another active member of the Discord and was part of the few show matches. Has a very strong account, and also not just a strong account, but he's a strategic player. So these 4 quarterfinal matches should also be a lot of fun. Where to watch these matches? These matches are just, I'm gonna cast these matches. They're gonna be played in a second. So for the Silver League, we will have Bront joining us. We'll ping him. I told him the time roughly in 5 minutes from now. All right, so if we have a quick look at the first match of the Silver League as we wait for Bront to join in. Right, so this should be the very first game. Trey against Akai-San in the Silver League. They both had a very good showing so far. Of course, both winning their fights. That's why they are. That's why they're playing basically the semi-final. And the average blessing is basically, I took note of all the champions that they've used in their fights so far, and what the blessings on them were on average. Very close, and that's something that you see in the Silver League. And again, if I compare this again to the league's overview, this is something that I put together, analyzing all of the matches that we had in the first round. And we see that the average blessing use is quite different. 2.99 is the average in the Silver League so far, and 4.92 in the Platinum League, which is crazy. And Marichka, by the way, has a 100% win rate. Whoever picks Marichka so far has won 100% of the time. And we see Fabian basically as the most first picked and the most banned, even though in total the most picked is by far Marius in the Platinum League. Fabian still shows up in gold. Fabian does not feature in silver that much. Arbiter and Leonardo are some of the champions that are used a lot in the Silver League. And Silver League has been a lot about speed and nukage. Empowerment, as expected, of course, is going to be very low. Matches are going to be played live, or you got footage of everything last time? They are all recorded. They are all recorded. If we played live matches, it would have been a mess. That also requires everybody to be online at the same time, wait their turns. It's much better to have recorded games. We can pause, we can chat, we can do all of that stuff. And it's easier for the players to schedule, especially players in different time zones. I meant for the ones which have already happened in round 1. They should be, that's available on the YouTube channel. If you go into live streams, you'll find it. All of the games in round 1 are over there. You can watch all of them. So let me put in the poll already in the Discord for your predictions for the first game, which is going to be Silver Trey versus Akai. All right, so guys, poll is live in Discord. So if you go to Discord, basically there's a channel, Tournament Predictions, under the Champions League banner. Just go here, you'll see the poll, and you can start voting. Actually, this is only game 1. Actually, let me delete this. Sorry, because I'll do it for each game. Let me delete this. Apologies for the 2 people who are already voted. Let me create this again. Silver Trey versus Akai, game 1. Yep. So this should create it. Yep. Poll is live, guys. Go in there and just vote. Who do you think is going to win game 1? This is just about game 1. And we are going to compare the results. If you are not in Discord, just type in chat !predict, and the link to the Discord should pop up. Hey Benabul, how's it going? And then just head over to the Discord, and we will see how the polls are going. So the polls are already coming in. 3 responses already. It's a bit slow. I see that votes are coming in on Discord faster than they pop up here. Not what I wanted to do. 5 votes. A lot of people thinking Trey is going to win this. Hey Winter, hey LeMans. We're just waiting now on Bront to join us, so we can start the first cast. I did give him just this time, so I'll give him some time to join in. The votes are 4-1 currently. Again, these are the 2 competitors that we are looking at. So should I just play a couple of live arena games while we wait? What do you think? I'll give like Bront like 10 minutes. Watching you and trying to do some LA at the same time. Getting confused, yeah. I do that sometimes as well. I'll give Bront like 5 to 10 minutes. So I'll do a couple of live arena battles while we wait, and then we can get started on the first game. Again, predictions are still open, guys. Whoever is going to get the most predictions right at the end of the night is gonna get a gem pack, basically. A free gem pack, the monthly gem pack that you have. If you already have it, you will get it when your current one expires, basically. I tried your Ice Golem Hard 10 team. It's hard to build teams on mobile. It is. I can see that, especially if you don't have tools like the optimizer and whatnot. But not impossible. That team again, I don't know which team because I've made so many teams for Ice Golem Hard. And by the way, guys, I am loving Theo. Like, she is so good. Absolutely incredible champion. Yes, 2 lockers. I definitely need to pick Donnie. He might ban Donnie. For that reason, I'll need to ban one of the lockouts. Trixie has the better ban. Marius and new team, second fastest. It's a pretty good team. For sure. Okay, he bans Marius. Okay, Bront says he should be here in a few minutes. So we just wait a few minutes and then we will start the first fights. Marius may never be irrelevant. And thank goodness for that. Marius is incredible. But Theo, I am amazed by Theo. Let's try to remove this. Lovely. Lovely jubbly. Let's kill this guy off. I think this game is pretty much won. As long as there's PvE, Marius is relevant. That is a very good point. In 5 years, if the game still exists, 5 years down the road, potentially. But then again, look at Arbiter. Look at Lydia. These are all very old champions, still very much relevant. Look at Sifi. Look at Rotos. Very old champions, still relevant. Guys, if you're still joining, we're just waiting for Bront before we begin. First match is going to be Trey against Akai-San. If you want to join the prediction contest with a chance to win a monthly gem pack, head over to Discord, go into the tournament predictions channel and cast your vote. If you get the most votes right at the end of the night, you will win the monthly gem pack. Players cannot take part in their games. For example, Trey should not take part in the first voting. Very low blessing team. Unusual to see such a team here. Bad L, yes, another very good call out. until they come up with something that makes speed a detriment, arbitral will be relevant. I mean, they have. Look at Stone Skin. Look at Mercurial. Go second teams are very much the norm these days. Speed will not completely go out anyhow. There are ways to go around it, yes. He resisted it. I didn't look at Gizmac. Mercurial is down, that's good. Let's just try to do this. Gizmac is who I'm scared of a little bit. So let's go after Gizmac. Toshiro, please get feared. Weird seeing Toshiro in a PvP fight. Not gonna lie. Okay, Bront is ready. Let me set this up right after this fight is done. Which should be soon. Or maybe not. Metamorphs. I mean, I don't have total gut stack, so you should be able to nuke me. Yeah, okay. Alright, so let me dial in Bront. Alrighty. Okay, we dial in. Hello, hello. How's it going, Bront?
Too bad. How you doing?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Oh, pretty good.
Nice.
Got
you want to
camera
join with
for you
camera?
if you want.
Yes, just give me 1 second. I had set things up. Just need to enable. All right, so Bront, I don't know if you've seen, also doing a prediction contest. You can also take part.
Ooh, fun.
The chance to win a jump pack if you get most predictions right at the end of the night.
I will not partake in that. I'll be nice and let the viewers win that one.
All right, I think you're on. Please, can someone from the chat let me know if you can hear Bront fine? You should be.
Hello.
All right, so let me also share my screen. Entire screen. All right.
There we go.
All right, so we have basically this fight, which is going to be the next fight.
Interesting. I love the average pressing rating. That's funny.
Crazy, no? Wait, what happened to your webcam? It went away? Do you have the webcam off, Bront?
Yeah, you should be able to see it.
Weird. Okay. Now I see it. It went away for a second. All right. Yeah, average blessings is crazy. I also made this chart. I don't know if you have had a look at this, which is basically I was analyzing all the games from round 1, from the 3 leagues, and you can clearly see the difference in blessings, and it's massive,
Yeah,
and especially the empowerment. All right, so let me just set everything up. So right now the poll is going on as well for the first game. I don't know if this refreshed. Anybody joining in, if you want to join the chance to win a monthly jump pack, I have predictions going on. Type exclamation mark predict in the chat. Head over to Discord, and then in the Discord you can basically vote who's going to win the first game, which we are going to jump into right after this. Let me adjust the names of the players. We have the first game, which is going to be Trey versus Akai-San. Score is 0-0. Let's also look at the brackets really quickly for the Silver League. The brackets look something like this right now, where we've had a very good first game in Trey versus Freak in the first round. I would highly recommend anybody watching to check that out. Fantastic games. Trey made it through to the next round. We'll be fighting Akai-San. Akai-San had a convincing 2-0 victory against Radical. But so this should be a fun contest. Again, these two players are quite similar. So what we've seen so far from Trey is that Trey. So these two lines are what I asked the players when they were signing up, who their favorite champ was and who their most hated champion was, basically. And what we've seen is that players sometimes have given very funny answers. So Trey, for example, has said that Hilvi is his favorite champion. And he does also pick Hilvi very often, as we can see. And his most hated champ is Fabian. So it would be interesting to see if he does bring that up indeed. Akai-san says Wukong is his favorite champion, but he has not yet picked Wukong. Does that mean that Akai-san is saving Wukong for the last for this round, for the semifinal, or potentially for the final? And he absolutely hates the Predator, is what he has said previously. All right. You were seeing platinum bracket for some reason. Okay, sorry. Apologies. Let me showcase the silver bracket. It looks like this. All right. I think it's all set. Let me load up the game.
Yep.
And we can jump right into it. Trey versus.
Yeah, should be fun. I know the Silver League was very one-sided for 3 of those fights, so it should be very interesting. I think now that we've got the folks that were winning those one-sided ones, it should be a much more interesting fight.
Definitely. Should be a lot of fun. So we have Trey versus Akai-san all ready to go. Again, predictions for the first game. I'm gonna turn off the predictions basically when the draft happens for the first game. So if you have not made the predictions already, please go in Discord and do so. And we will jump right in. Let's go. Turn off the sound here. All right. Let me also.
And of course, Hilvi first.
He does go for Hilvi first. He did say it's his favorite champion, and he does not shy away from that. So at the end of this draft, I will turn it off, the predictions. So last chance, if anybody wants to predict. Yes, I will not forget the banner. Good thing is, again, these are recorded games, which means I can go back. All right, so we have. Sorry, Bront.
Yeah, no, it is different too, because like silver, because there's no locking out of champions, the draft is definitely very, very different.
Definitely. I think there's still some strategy involved.
Oh yeah, there is. You can bait somebody into it, but it's unlike in gold where you can, if you wait on somebody, you might lose them. You won't lose somebody, so you can certainly like wait for your surprise pick at the end, knowing that you can't get locked out with that surprise pick. So
definitely. But also there might be strategy involved in which some players might save their best champions for the later rounds. So for example, Akai-san mentioned that Wukong is his favorite champion. He hasn't showcased Wukong so far. So I'm wondering if he does bring Wukong to the fight in this round. All right, so solid picks so far in Arbiter, Predator. What do you think of Glaciad? How do you pronounce his name?
Yeah, Glaciad, I think. I use him every once in a while in PvP arena, but just like, so it's not a bad pick.
Definitely. If you are Trey over here, who are you banning, Bront?
Probably Predator, because that was his most hated champion, if I recall. So
yes,
that seems like a good option. But I would think about maybe Arbiter if I think I can win the speed. Arbiter, that's the other one I would think about.
Definitely. And he is hovering his cursor. Oh, he is thinking. He actually thinks about Donnie. Interesting ban, Donnie
That's
and Hilvey.
especially with a 5-star Leo, that seems interesting, but,
Yeah,
well,
why do
then
you think he
again,
banned
Donnie's
Donnie here?
passive can mess some stuff up too, so maybe he's thinking of Donnie's passive.
That could very well be the case. That could very well be the case. And Hilvey ban from Akai-San. Do you ban Hilvey if you are Akai-San here looking at this roster?
I think so, just because if Hilvey can control everybody, then LeMans can take control of a fight, so I think that's actually pretty smart. That said, I
That
think that
is
Queen of Hearts pick is gonna be a problem for him too.
definitely Queen of Hearts, especially I think for Leo, that's gonna be a bit tricky. And Arbiter gives only 4 buffs. I think Queen needs 5. So Arbiter generally escapes, but as soon as you get Leo buffing up, she will cut in. Because I don't see Trey getting the first turn here.
Yeah. She isn't a maybe a banned press, but as A3, that's 2 extra buffs. That triggers the Queen immediately as well. So
Definitely.
that could have actually been a reason to not leave Donatello or not ban Donatello.
Definitely. Let me finish off the voting so that people do not vote in after the game has started. So right now, most people think Trey is gonna win 5-1. So that's gonna be interesting. The leader choices are gonna come in. It's most likely just gonna be whoever has the highest speed aura. That is exactly what happens. And we are jumping into the fight. Let me take off the logo. And we have game number 1 of Trey and Akai-San. Alrighty. Arbiter gets the first turn. She boosts up, and Leo gets the turn exactly over here. At this moment, he buffs up, and Queen will cut in. That's exactly what I thought. Who do you
Yep.
think Queen goes after over here with her buff
Uh,
strip?
with the buff strip, I think she's going to go after Leo because you can block Leo's revive. But maybe you
Mhm.
block Arbiter. Well, no, you can even block Arbiter's revive. So yeah, I think blocking Leo's revive is what you got to do. It's either Arbiter or Leo, and Leo's the better target.
I think Arbiter's the better target because Leo will also get the stone skin after a few hits, no? Anyways,
Possibly. It depends if you think you can kill him in one hit or if you think your Taurus can get hit through
that's
that
true.
stone skin. Although is that a 9-piece Mercurial Taurus or no? No, it's not. That's a Feral
That
Taurus.
is a that's just
It's
4
a
pieces.
Feral Mercurial Taurus. It's the only way you can get those
Yes.
buffs.
Oh wow, he gets the proc on everything. Everything's gone. That
Yeah, that's gonna be bad for his Predator.
definitely. Those poisons for Ezio. Oh wow, 38k poison damage. That Leo does Leo survive with the poison hit and go into his stone skin passive at this point?
He if he survives it, he might, but sometimes it doesn't trigger the passive. It's
Oh, doesn't. He goes down.
nope, he's
Both
dead.
champions are dead. And he
Glyciad has the
loses.
revive, but he doesn't have it available, so that's in trouble. But he's got a
That is
Taurus
in
still,
trouble.
which could be enough.
Oh, block revive comes into play. Leo's gone and so is Arbiter. The fight has
Yeah,
changed
I mean
completely. Wow.
that Predator didn't do a lot of damage either.
He didn't. I'm wondering why.
I mean, Taurus, I
Akai's,
kind of understand, but why he didn't do anything to Glyciad either? That's interesting.
yeah. And then now this is looking very dicey. And he does hit. Predator does not evade. And all of a sudden, it's looking really bad for Akai-san.
Yeah.
Akai-san mentioned that he hates Predator. Maybe he hates him so much he doesn't gear him. Wow.
Or maybe he doesn't have a
That's
lot of, he has a level 79 account, so maybe he doesn't have a lot of damage ignore gear on that.
that could very well be the case. His Ezio did hit quite hard. We got the poisons proc. We got 2 of the champions dead on Trey's side, but he was able to bring them back despite the fact that the revivability of Glaciat was not yet available. He was able to cycle back. But that Predator not hitting hard enough, that is something that I did not quite get. Was there any relic involved over here? Let's watch it back if we can see
Well,
some kind of relic
there's
drop.
one hit where we do have Mercurial on Glyciad, so that might be
So
part
this
of why
this
he
is
wasn't too
definitely,
bad.
yeah. But Taurus also didn't take much damage over here.
I mean, Taurus has got the passive to ignore damage,
It,
so that doesn't surprise me.
definitely. Yeah, so it probably just is that he does not have the best build on Predator, the most damaging build. That could very well be the case. And Trey's Taurus seems to be hitting extremely hard. So that is game one. That is game one. And Trey takes the lead with 1-0. So far the predictions in Trey's favor were absolutely right. And it is 1-0. Let's have a look. A lot of people got this right. A lot of people got this right, and unknown. Interesting. I didn't know that unknown can also vote. I thought you need to have an ID in Discord. That is very interesting. All right. So what did you think of that first game?
Oh, it was certainly interesting, and it'll be interesting to see if Akai can change things up. But I wouldn't change much up right now if I was Trey. So probably Trey's going to go back to the same strategy, and we'll see what Aki does.
Definitely. Let me start the second game predictions. Trey versus Akai, game number 2. Trey, Akai. All right, guys, the predictions, the poll is live. Head over to Discord, go into tournament predictions, and the game 2 predictions are live. Let's see who is going to win game 2. Is it going to be convincing 2-0 victory, or are we actually going to see something from Akai to come back into the series? We did see Akai beat his round 1 opponent very convincingly. Trey OP is what people say in the chat. All right, Trey. I'm going to let a couple of minutes for people to vote in for game number 2.
And probably queue up the next fight too.
Sorry?
Get that background up there as well, so we have got the
That's a very
blocker
good
for
shout.
drafting.
Very good shout. Thank you. All right, Trey for the win. Says Zaz in the chat. Let's load up game 2. Again, I'm gonna stop the predictions in when we have the drafts available. So in case people want to see the rosters before they want to wait, they want to vote, you can absolutely do so. All right, Trey is up 1-0. Can he finish it up, or is Akai-San gonna bring something back? Trey goes for his safe pick. He has gone for Hilby as his first choice in every game he's played so far. And I think Akai-San, it looks like it's going to be the exact same draft.
Oh, so far. I mean, Arbiter and Predator, not a bad draft anyway. Ezio did it for him too, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Ezio there. The real question is he going to figure out a way to outspeed and maybe ban the Queen, probably.
Yeah. And the question is he going to ban Donnie again? No, he's not. He's actually going to ban Ezio. No.
Because Ezio was the most... he's
No.
thinking about it.
Changes his mind. He bans Donnie again.
Banning the Queen's probably the right pick there. Unfortunately, you're still losing the speed race, it looked like, so we'll see how well that's going to work.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Hilvy did get banned last time, so we don't know how fast the Hilvy is. Sometimes Hilvy is built really fast. So could be that Hilvy actually wins the speed race. Could very well be the case. All right, so let me head over and close the poll. And then we can go ahead with this fight. Have people voted? Predictions. All right, again, the vote count so far is 5-1 again for Trey. I'm going to be able to bring this back. Arbiter does win the speed race once again. Does boost. Leo gets a turn. Oh, he just goes for the nuke. He
I
doesn't
think he was
boost
trying
up.
to get down the probably trying to get down the mercurial sets, but yeah, that's kind of rough. But
It
Predator didn't
is.
get stripped this time.
Predator definitely didn't get stripped this time, and having Hilvey actually helped Trey here. And he did use the A2 from Glacier. Arbiter tries to remove the buffs. She does manage on the Taurus and the Leo. Leo's looking dice. He's going to go for the nuke himself. No, he is going to self buff. So he can avoid dying. Nope, he goes for the nuke.
Yeah.
Predator still left. It's never over until Predator is dead. But it is looking
And
quite
Leo's got
dicey.
bombs on him. But we've got Hilvy's got the ignore defense or the block damage, so Hilvy can keep Leo alive.
Oof!
Ooh,
Wow!
but not there.
That is exactly why Akai-San hates Predator. Because that is the kind of thing Predator can do. Humongous hit and the bomb proc. Leo's gone. Now it's Taurus. If Taurus, and we saw that Taurus was able to nuke Predator in the last game. The question is going to come down to if Predator is going to evade this. He is counterattack. Predator gets a turn, I think. And I think we have a game 3. Wow. Wow.
Yeah, that makes it even more confusing why Predator didn't nuke that last time, because that was like no damage came up that last time when
Yeah.
so
Can you think of anything? And he has a lens of intangibility, as you can see. It's procking in the back.
oh. Yeah, that's
could
it.
be.
That is exactly what the problem is. He didn't have the lens active because he didn't have his
because the
veil.
veil wasn't active.
So
But even without the veil, the lens still gives some damage boost, doesn't it?
it gives crit damage boost, but doesn't give ignore defense.
Ignore defense. Okay. So that is the lens of intangibility. It didn't help Kai-San in the first fight because he didn't have the veil available. And this time he did. And look at this nuke once again, guys. This is fantastic. Boom. Huge hit. And and Leo, of course, dies to the bombs that were placed by Ezio before.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
that is I think where Trey made a mistake there. I think he really should have gone with Leo's A3
Yeah.
or Leo's A2, I should say, and get that ally protection up as well as that unkillable, because that would have stopped the bombs from killing him and would have kept Predator at bay as well.
Yeah, definitely. Video's lagging. Guys, it's unfortunately the video itself that was sent by the players that's lagging. I guess they had issues in recording. We are gonna run into some of these issues during the tournament with some players. So it's just this video. Hopefully, it's not gonna be the case with the other videos. But we have a game on our hands. We got the win from Akai-San, and the score is 1-1. Only one person believed that Akai-San could win that fight. Who was that one person? Don't tell me it was unknown once again. It was unknown. Is this Akai-San himself? Unknown is a big believer in Akai-San, and Akai-San did take the game. It gives 10 ignore without veil at base level. Yeah.
Ah, okay.
25 at max. Yeah, that's what I thought. But he needed the extra, I guess. Yeah. All right. So we are heading into game number 3. Let me start up the predictions for the next game. And this is going to be interesting because now we have a decider game. Trey versus Akai, game 3. A decider game on our hands. So guys, poll is live if you're just joining and if you want to have a chance to win the monthly gem pack. Head over to Discord, go into the tournament predictions channel and just vote who you think is going to win the next game. Whoever is going to have the most correct predictions at the end of the night is going to win the gem pack. If you already have a
It's
gem
gonna
pack
be
on your account active, you will get it once your current gem pack expires, basically. So Bront, haven't
interesting
seen two.
because I expect we're gonna see Predator get banned in this last fight, and we're probably still gonna see the Queen get banned. So we'll see how that works.
Yeah. Do you think they're going to bring in some other champion?
No, I don't think so. I think it's gonna be the same fight, just with different bands.
Interesting. Because now they're fighting to make a place in the finals. Because if they make a place in the finals, they are winning part of the prize pool. Even if they lose the finals, they are going to be winning a small part of the prize pool. So this is a very important game, this last game, and I'm very curious if they change around the strategy. LordSchelm says he's obviously very bad at voting. Okay, the votes are swaying in Akai's favor a little bit. I know whoever voted for Akai took his vote back, so maybe not. Bront, having seen these two fights, who do you think is going to win the next game?
I think Aki's gonna have a problem with this. I think Aki was really relying on Predator staying alive.
And Predator is definitely getting banned
The
here.
toughness and the survivability to be able to survive a fight with Trey. So I think Trey is probably gonna pull this.
Yeah, but that does allow his Donnie into the fight if Predator does get banned, which is going to be interesting. Because we don't know how his Donnie is built. And that Donnie is also going to allow his Leo to hit a little bit harder. Because that one
And
Ally passive part is going to kick in.
and that passive is also gonna protect somebody in the
So we have the voting, the draft underway. And again, the voting is going to run until the end of the draft. So if you haven't voted, please do so. We have the exact same picks so far. Oh, Arbiter pick from Trey. He's not taking any chances.
it looks like he might be trying to win the speed race.
Wukong! Wukong comes in, his favorite champion. He was saving it. There is a change in roster. And we
And
see
then
the
yep,
Arbiter band. Trey wants to go for the speed race over here. He does have Arbiter available this time around. Donnie doesn't get banned, and we see Wukong. What do you make of this draft, Bront? It is very, very different from the first two fights.
Yeah, I think I probably would have still banned Arbiter at that point if he was so worried about the speed. The reason you bring Wukong in, among other things, is he's got the big speed aura. If Donnie still is fat enough, he still has speed.
All right, we are good to go. We are still waiting on the leader pick. And there we are. 1-1, the final game. Trey versus Akai-San for a chance to make it into the finals of the Silver League. Arbiter on Trey's side gets the first turn. And Glacier goes next. Puts up the increased attack and increased defense. Also gives the whale. And Leo is gonna try to go for the nuke. He does kill two champions. We have to remember Akai-San has no reviver available. So it's Predator against the world once again. He does have his veil available.
But if he doesn't
Predator
kill
does
somebody
get it
here,
done.
he's going to lose that veil.
That was a nuke. Wukong, of course, can come back, and he does. The hit this time from Predator, let's have a look at it once again. You have to remember that there was a Stone Skin proc on Leo, and then on the other two champions, Taurus and Glacier, both had Mercurial. At least 2 stacks. Or actually 1 stack on Taurus, which is why they didn't die. So freeze comes in on Wukong, unfortunately, because that could have gone very wrong. A2 from Leo, and Wukong is gonna go after. He's gonna just nuke outright, and that's it. Wow. Wow. Did not get the evade, and I think that's what happened in the second game. We got the evade when Taurus went after Predator, and I feel like that's what's happened in all three of these fights.
Chance to dodge is just so powerful.
Indeed, it is. In the first game, Taurus killed Predator in one hit. In the second game, Predator evaded. In the third game, he did not evade, and Trey takes the win. Trey has had a very good showing so far, and he makes it to the finals of the Silver League.
It goes to show you too how much RNG is involved in that too, because letting that free yet is pretty rough.
Definitely.
Especially if it's a weak affinity too. So you managed to get the affinity win and the low proc of that freeze.
Yeah.
Just pretty incredible.
And I think that freeze on the Wukong was also quite nasty, because Wukong could have gone ahead and stolen a lot of these buffs, including the Stone Skin buff, right? And that could have been nasty. Of course, he would not have touched Glaciat over here because he had the Mercurial, but the other buffs could have been stolen had this freeze right here not gone his way. Actually, you know,
And that would have made Taurus hit a lot less hard.
Definitely. All right. All right, let's update the brackets. Silver.
Apparently my video froze for somewhere.
Oh,
It's
really?
not on my end.
It's probably on my end. My PC is struggling maybe to handle so many different things. Apologies if there was a freeze. I hope it was temporary.
There we go.
All right. So Trey took the first game, Akai-San the second, and then Trey took the third game, which means that Trey moves on to the finals. Let me load it up. Refresh the page. Is it 1-1? Excuse me. Okay, let's reload. Yep, 2-1. Trey moves on to the finals. Predator is a nuisance, says Trey in the chat. Video has been freezing a lot.
Why don't we try this just as maybe it might be a bandwidth issue. I'm going to just stop the camera feed from me, and I'll stop sending the camera feed and see if that saves some bandwidth for you.
Let's try that. Let's try that. All right. So we have the next game. It is Brewmaster versus LordSchelm. And let's load up what the graphic looks like so far between these two players. On paper, this is a very one-sided match, I think. You can look at it just from the average blessings, and the account power also it's pretty different for both people. Brewmaster basically was the #1 seed in the Silver League, and LordSchelm was the second last seed in the Silver League. So this is going to be David versus Goliath, and we will see if there's a chance for an upset over here. But now no
Yeah, it
voting
should be
for
interesting.
LordSchelm. Yeah.
That average blessing is certainly going to play a big role here, but you know, you can do a lot with a smart strategy. So
Definitely. But one thing that's interesting is look at the go-to blessing for Brewmaster on most of his champions. That's Brimstone.
that, I mean, it's not necessarily a PvP normal thing, but that can certainly win you a fight occasionally. So
Definitely. So I'll start the predictions. for game 1. Brewmaster versus LordSchelm. Game 1. All right. Poll is live. Go ahead and vote, guys. Who's going to win the first game between these two players? And we're going to jump right in. So LordSchelm, he's played also in some show matches previously. And Mikey is his favorite champion. And one of his strategies that I've seen is what he does is that he goes with his Lydia. And he puts the A3 of Lydia, so basically block active skills, the block buffs. And then he uses Mikey to spread it around and land the stun. And that has won him matches previously. So interested to see if he brings that into this fight as well. Fabian being Brewmaster's favorite champion, the champion that he goes for immediately, might play a role, because from what I've seen so far, LordSchelm's team does not have a good answer to Fabian.
Yeah, I mean, but then again, if Fabian's your worst one and Fabian's an easy ban, we'll certainly see what's going on with it.
Definitely, definitely. Budget Carnage setup, yep. Getting better now. Okay, so maybe it was the camera feed. Apologies, Bront.
No, that's fine.
Maybe it was a
yeah,
bandwidth
probably
issue.
just maybe a bandwidth issue.
Yeah, probably. All right, so guys, get the predictions in for the first game. So far we see pretty much everybody's voting for Brewmaster. I've spelled his name wrong in the poll. I hope he forgives me there. So I will again let the poll run until we get to the end of the picks. If you want to influence that as your decision for voting. Brewmaster, surprise, surprise, goes for Fabian as his first pick. And he goes for Mikey. And he goes for Ezio as his first 2 picks. We see Ezio come into play a lot in the Silver League and a little bit in the Gold League.
Up until the Mercurial part, he was actually counter to the Stone Skin meta pretty easily, so.
Definitely. And the fact that we get him as a champion, basically with a 5-star blessing for free, is a fantastic champion at that.
Yeah, and this is a tough question. Do you deal with Niami and basically give up the first attack, or do you,
Yeah, definitely.
you know, and worry about getting locked out?
Definitely. And let me change the score as well. A lot of things to keep track of. All right, so who are you banning here?
I think you got to try to win the speed race. Go first. You might be able, and if you can't go first,
And to win the speed race, you kind of have to ban the Fabian, right?
well, like I said, you can't, and hope you can still win the speed race. He does have very Artor, so Artor's got a decent speed aura too.
That is absolutely right. But I personally would definitely ban Niamhe or Neve, because that block damage can be frustrating. But he does go
Yeah,
for
I think that's
Fabian.
a better ban.
He is going for Fabian. But he is thinking about it. He does go for it. And Embrace gets banned from LordSchelm's side. What do you
That's an
think of that
interesting
Embrace
ban.
ban? I personally would not have banned that Embrace.
That's yeah. I don't think I would have done Embrace either, unless you're really your Stone Skin on these champions, but probably more dangerous to your Stone Skin champions than Embrace at the moment.
Definitely. All right. If anybody wants to add in the votes to the poll, please do so. And I will close this out in roughly 10 seconds. And this is going to be interesting. We have 3 turtles and Neve, which is a very scary combination. It's very difficult to ban between Fabian and Neve, but I personally would have banned Neve here. We do have 2 nukers from LordSchelm and speed boosters, so most likely LordSchelm is going to get the first turn. All right, let's close out the poll. And we are all ready to go into the first game. Let me take off the banner. And we are in. Arbiter does get the first turn. He wants to go for the A2 first.
But they're all protected except for the one on Donnie, so.
And Donnie
Which
has
is protected
Mercurial.
by Mercurial, so.
Exactly. So this is the exact reason I would have banned Neve.
Exactly, yeah.
He can still stun with Mikey. And I would go for Leo. Exactly, I would go for Leo.
Yeah, especially because you know he won't trigger the skin.
Definitely. But also,
I think he
Donnie
just
can
cleanse, so it doesn't really help.
Donnie can just cleanse the Leo. He tries to just break the Mercurial. A2. Ooh. No, don't do that. Don't do that.
Yeah, because you can't steal that with
Exactly. Because
yeah.
he has Mercurial, and stealing buffs does not work against Mercurial. So he could have
Donnie's
stolen.
taunt may have been useful here, even if you don't get anything else out of it.
Completely agree. Completely agree. So many buffs coming in from Brewmaster. And so far, no first blood has been done, but I say that as the first hit comes in from the turtles. And Leo finally gets the turn. Is he gonna buff or is he just gonna? He just goes for the nuke, finishes it off. Oof!
Yeah, got
It
to
was
get rid of that Neve. You don't have a counter for it.
definitely. Because he had a chance, because he did get the first turn. I feel like that's what we're gonna see in the next game that he's gonna try to do. But yeah, he did not have an answer to Neve, and Brewmaster gets the first win. That's 0-1. Thor is good versus Neve.
Yeah,
Says
Thor can exert block damage, so Thor is an option for you.
definitely.
But that's assuming you have Thor, because not everybody has Thor.
That is true.
At this point in
And
time, that fusion was a year and a half ago, so kind of hard to expect everybody to have
crazy.
this league.
Crazy. And that was yeah, that was a year and a half ago. And that was the first collab they did, right? External collab.
Oh, well, yeah, it wasn't really an external collab, but yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, technically Monster Hunter was before that, but
Yeah. Just hope she's in protection. Yeah, that's I mean, he did use her in the previous round. I don't know if you saw the previous round games. There's also like for scouting your next round opponent, joining in the stream or watching later could be interesting for that very reason. All right, we'll let a few more minutes for people to vote. Was TreyTz fight the first of the day? Yes, it was. We have quite a few fights ahead of us. All right, guys, get your predictions in before I close the poll. Actually, let's start the draft, which should come in. I don't expect, because it's silver, I don't expect a lot of changes to the draft.
no.
But let's see. All right, Emrys, who was banned last time, he is the first pick. Similar picks from Brewmaster. Hey Gaijinn, this is the Silver League semi-final, second fight of the day basically.
Yeah.
The first fight was actually quite fun. It went down to 2-1. We saw the power of Predator in action with the lens of intangibility. All right. Are we expecting the same picks from LordSchelm? He's taking his time. He's thinking about it.
Yeah, I mean, Mikey's still pretty solid overall, so not a bad pick.
Mikey and Artur. He does pick Artur quite consistently. Stickovish says, what happens if we just ban Leo from Brewmaster? That's an interesting thought. The Mikey should also have
Well,
damage.
yeah, that's actually pretty bad because what you get is you get knees protection and Fabian locks you out,
Fabian's control.
and suddenly
Yeah,
you're locked out and dealing with the protection.
that's true. That's true. Okay, he does go for the Neve ban. He did experiment with Fabian. Now we're going to see if that changes things. Emrys is still going to get a ban from Brewmaster. And I am going to close out the polls. If anybody hasn't voted, please do so in the next few seconds.
It's a 1-star blessing on that Loki too. I wonder if he didn't get the 5-star, or maybe he started late so he couldn't get it.
Could be that he started late and he pulled Loki separately.
That could be too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, in silver, there's silver. It is the equivalent rules of silver and below live arena.
Exactly. So they can pick the same champions essentially. In gold, that goes away. All right. So I'm gonna close the poll for the second fight, and let's hop right in. All right, game number 2, Brewmaster versus LordSchelm, and we are going to see if LordSchelm is going to be able to make a difference, considering that Neve is no longer in action, but Fabian is. So far, he has gone first, and he tries to steal that feral block debuffs and the turn meter. He does do so. Ooh, this could open things up. Now he can go for the stun.
Except for you can't stun Fabian though, so stunning Fabian doesn't help.
That is correct, but Fabian's turn meter was gone. However, that stun is just going to go away because of the cleanse that comes in from Donnie.
Yep.
And now there's the lockout. Now lockout will work on Fabian as well. And the cleanse has gone. This is pretty good strategy, especially given that Leo cannot get the stone skin anymore.
Yep, and yeah, and he only won with Mikey too, so it's who's he think is more dangerous? Artur. Interesting.
And the strengthen is up on LordSchelm's team, which means they are going to be much tankier. And finally, he does take a turn. He does go for the A1. And now Donnie does get a turn, but he also does not have he has his A2 available, which will actually, it will be useless to use the A2 because of the 3 block buffs.
Yep.
Boost, and he will also get the increased attack from Arbiter in the same turn, which means his Mikey is ready to go. Who does he go after? He kills off
AOE,
Mikey.
so.
He goes for the AoE, kills off Mikey, and Leo is low. There's the increased buff duration. Loki is so crazy, and we're seeing him in action here. I've done a lot of showcases on Loki for that very reason. You can put the block active skills, and you can increase its duration with the A1. That's what we are seeing. The block active skills is going forward. Is Donnie's ability back? I don't think so. He just goes for the A1, and the evade comes in from Mikey. Arbiter is gonna try to go for the A1. Should have gone for the A2 to block that Mercurial as well. The only thing that this Leonardo can do is the A1 right now. Does not evade. Fabian comes in, also is gonna go for the A1.
Yep.
And now another turn meter steal this time. Again, why did he try on somebody who has Mercurial on? It looks like LordSchelm is not does not have a full understanding of Mercurial and what things it can block.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of people
And
don't, so that doesn't
a lot
necessarily
of people
surprise
don't.
me.
That's
But
absolutely true.
what LordSchelm needs to do is he needs to kill that Leo, because if we can kill that Leo, there's no damage on the other team, and he can whittle the team down, I
Ooh,
think.
yes, but did you see that? That was so clutch. He 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 had A2 available from Loki, and that could have helped him so much. But he got the fear proc,
Mm.
and the game is over. Oh, that A2 would have helped him out tremendously. That A2 would have helped him out, and this game is over just like that. But I think that was very well played from LordSchelm.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to look back at this and say I would have made a different decision, but there's always the RNG of who knows what would happen as well.
Definitely,
So
definitely. That is definitely a factor. But it was very good control. It was a very good decision to pick Loki. He was able to control for so long. And I think this was the turning point when he did this with Arbiter. I think he went for the A1. Actually, wouldn't have mattered. Wouldn't have mattered. I think he went for the A1 potentially because or he didn't go for the A1 rather. It could have decreased the turn meter there, right?
yeah, the
And
Terminator
then
decrease mastery on there. He could have used that maybe on Leo,
definitely,
but
yeah. But this was the turning point.
that fear proc definitely was the trick.
Yep, that fear proc could have taken him to a potential game 3. But unfortunately, LordSchelm would bow out of the tournament, out of the semifinals, and we will have Brewmaster going into the finals. And let me pull up the brackets once again for the Silver League. And this is going to be Brewmaster against Trey. That is going to be the final here in the Silver League. All right. Trey versus Brewmaster. This should be a fun game. Both have been very solid players so far. And I can see this being a very close game, especially given that this is going to be a best of 5.
Amusingly enough, Trey's the only one in the Silver League who has lost a match and still advanced.
Definitely. He hasn't. Yeah, you're right. He hasn't. All right. Um. Okay, that is it from silver. We will jump next into gold. And Bront, I know I just asked you for silver. Uh, but if you want to stay on, we can do that as well.
I can stay around for gold. That's fine.
Right. I
See if the guy who
did
beat me can actually go on and take the gold.
yeah, I did ask Blazin, so I'll message him. If he wants to join, then maybe we can just have be the 3 of us in the call as well. Um,
Yeah.
if that's okay
Or I
with
can
you.
bow out if Blazin wants to hop in, and that's fine too.
Yeah.
Blazin's
I
a good
messaged
dude.
yeah, I messaged him. All right, so let's look at the gold brackets quickly. So in the gold brackets, we have the 2 semifinals as well. And again, gold bracket means that we have one rule, which is essentially the gold rule in the normal live arena, which is in one particular fight, champions need to be unique. So no longer that both teams will have arbiters available or Leos or Donnies available. And we have 2 semifinals, Afghan versus Nothingness. Afghan had a very score says 2-0, but these games were actually quite close. And then we had, of course, Nothingness taking a win over Bront in the first round. Again, those were also well contested games, 2-1. And then the second semifinal is going to be LeMans Roman and Wenches, both of them having a very clinical performance in the first round, taking 2-0 victories from both their opponents. Let's go to the scoreboard, or rather stats board, for the first fight, Afghan versus Nothingness. Again, guys, if you're just joining, there is a predictions contest going on, chance to win the gem pack. So for each game, I am posting in the Discord in the tournament predictions channel. Go in there, vote who you think is going to win the next fight. At the end of the night, whoever has the most correct predictions is going to win the gem pack. So I'm going to launch the voting now for the first fight, and I'm going to close it when we get the drafts in. What screams out to you, Bront, looking at this slide right here?
Well, I know that Nothingness has a Bayek and a Predator, and those are dangerous combination, really. So you got to pick your poison with that, and we'll certainly be interested. No, Nothingness has a Fabian, so if Afghan does not like Fabian and Fabian shows up, that is 3 champions that are tough to deal with.
Definitely, definitely, and we can see the blessing difference as well. It's not crazy high, the difference, but it is there. And we also see that Soul Reapers go to blessing, and he does utilize Armands. Armands is a champion that not a lot of people are using these days, since the shift in the meta with the wands available, and of course the stone skin and the mercurial, of course. But he is using Armands. He does not like facing Fabian. Good thing for him is Nothingness doesn't seem to be using Fabian a whole lot, but that's something that we will see. Do you remember from your fight if he did use Fabian?
Yeah, he used Fabian in 2 out of the 3 fights, and the third one he didn't because I used Fabian. So
I see. So he does use Fabian. His most hated champ is Lady Noelle, which is interesting. This is
it's
very
probably the Lady
unique to him
Noelle
somehow.
Sir Nick combo, I would assume. But
Yeah, definitely. All right, guys. The poll is live in the Discord, so just go in there, vote who's gonna win. Both these contesters have had a very good showing in the first round. I personally, looking at both those fights, casting them last weekend, I personally would give a slight edge to Afghan. But it can be a very, very close fight.
I'd do it the other way around. I think Nothingness has
Oh,
got an
really?
edge here, just given what Afghan doesn't like. But we'll see.
We will see indeed.
Maybe I'm biased, having been beaten by Nothingness too. So
Could very well be the case. So guys, head over and vote, and we will commence the draft, and I will stop the predictions at the draft. Let me also change the player names quickly. Afghan versus Nothingness. We are seeing Afghan's screen. And change this. Oh, I've been putting plat on. Oh my god. The header had said plat all of Silver League. That was definitely not. All right. We have the draft on the way. Armands comes in from Nothingness. He has studied his opponent a little bit. He knows Afghan likes Armands, and he steals it away. Again, gold rules, meaning that they cannot repeat champions, but he does go with 2 mythical picks right off the bat, Galathir and Gallius. And that's answered by Predator and Fabian. Calvalax and Warlord. Warlord is not a champion you see very often anymore.
still a lockout champion. Still Fabian as far as that's concerned.
Definitely. And as you mentioned, Bayek comes in, so does Duchess. So that is the draft right here. Marius is the last pick. Calvalax gets banned. That also tells Afghan that Calvalax is a very good ban bait, and he can play his best team in the next round as well if he just brings in Calvalax.
Yeah, the only
Table,
thing I'm worried about with Nothingness here is that Armand's a big problem.
definitely. Armands is a problem, but might not be a problem if Warlord can get that lockout in. Lockout is
Well, no,
going to
I
be
mean Armand's into the horse can be
into the
very
horse,
bad
yes.
if the horse is protected.
If the horse is protected, indeed. He does have Bayek in his team as well,
That might
which
neuter Marius enough.
definitely, and Gallius, both of them. But then again, you have to remember every time that with Marius also brings the increased accuracy, which means sometimes he's able to go above Bayek's accuracy depending on how Bayek is built. So that is also something
That
we
is
will
true.
definitely see. All right, so guys, if you haven't voted yet, please do so. I'm going to close that out in 10 seconds. So please vote, and then we will have this underway. The first fight. Afghan versus Nothingness. So far, people are voting higher for Nothingness. Interesting. Maybe seeing this draft, people change their minds. Would you have changed your mind? Do you think? Are you still going to go with Nothingness for this fight?
I'm still going with Nothingness. That said, if he hasn't changed one of the builds on one of his champions, he's risking something there because he's only drafted one nuker. Because his
That is
Bayak was, at least when I built when I got him, Bayak was not built for damage. And if he's not built for damage, if his Predator got banned, he would have had no damage on that team.
that is true, but you have to think if Predator did get banned, he would have Fabian and Armans both available, and that is a nasty combo. So yes, he wouldn't have damage, but he would have had so much control in his team. All right, let's go. I've closed the poll.
With the
And we
defense,
are
interesting.
in. Use the defense aura.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised he didn't do the resistance aura, actually.
That is true. Goes for the... Oh, and he gets the immediate first smack, taking off one Mercurial. I don't know if that was a good decision. Why didn't he go for the sheep right there? Could have tried for the
Yeah,
sheep. That was a questionable
especially if
first decision. Not only did he get the stun thrown back at him with a wand of submission, but he also triggered Marius's counterattack, which took off the Mercurial stack from Bayek.
well,
Not
not
the end
that,
of the
but it looks
world.
like there's a cat's gaze on somebody, so
Yeah. Bayek does get the turn. He does buff up. We also have the Supersonic on Galathier. And Gallius, of course, puts the Revive on Death on, transforms. Question is, increased accuracy is not up. So the damage, which probably would have nuked the team, was not able to do much.
mhm.
Now Marius should buff first. Oh no, Afghan. That I think Marius should have buffed here because he
I think
sees
so
that
too.
he sees Bayek is on the other team, which means if he, and the increased accuracy has fallen off of all the other champions. Actually, not off of Duchess and Bayek himself, but the other two champions it has fallen off. So there was a chance if he went for the A3 first before nuking, he could have killed the Armans or the Predator or potentially both. Lockout does come into play, and that is gonna be quite critical. Wow, wow,
Yeah, because
wow.
Predator evaded the lockout, so
Predator did
pretty
evade
rough.
the lockout. I didn't pick that,
Yeah,
but
because that's why he counterattacked.
that's why he counterattack. You're absolutely right. He went for the huge nuke. No Bayek on this team. The passive triggers from Galathier. Revive on Death helps people come back. Armand is gonna go for the A1, and Galathier is now gonna go for the revive.
Yeah, but Predator still gets credit for 3 kills from a perspective of getting able to make his counterattacks and his dodges. So he's very, very dangerous now.
Definitely. A2 heal. There's a fantastic ability from Warlord as well, the A2. Underrated. Part of his kit. And now we get the huge nuke coming in. And that does kill off the Armans. Does not do much damage to Predator or to Duchess. And Bayek gets a turn. I don't think Bayek is built for a lot of damage.
No, he's
He
not
now
built for damage.
yeah. He now goes for the increased accuracy. Again, should have gone earlier. That A2 from Marius could have been nasty with the increased accuracy up. Predator does get a turn. And he almost kills Galathier. Keyword being almost. Oh, huge nuke once again. Again, Bayek saves the day. That's the second nuke from Gallius that looked like it did a lot of damage despite Bayek being part of the team. Stun comes in, but Galathier is dead. No reviver on this side. If the A2 is back from Predator, this is it. This is it. Wow.
Wow. Told you,
Wow. That
Nothingness is pretty tough.
Nothingness is pretty tough. Bront is feeling good that at least he didn't lose to somebody who lost the first game very convincingly. That was a very solid showing from Nothingness, and he takes game number 1. some questionable decisions from Afghan as well, especially that not using the A3 from Marius, putting up the increased accuracy before he went for the nuke. So that part, I'm not fully convinced why. But otherwise, we saw two huge nukes from Gallius, which, if Bayek wasn't there, would have definitely killed the team.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens. My guess is the next time Predator gets banned, and if Predator gets banned, you've got no damage. And given you've got so many tanky champions on the other team, I don't know if you can do a no damage control win.
Definitely. All right. Let me put in the poll for the next fight. This is going to be interesting. Poll is up, guys. So please go ahead and vote for the game number 2 for Afghan versus Nothingness. Meanwhile, I load up the fight. And we have Bront weigh in on what do we expect from the draft from the next fight. Any
I know
predictions, Bront?
Nothingness has got some other stuff up his sleeve, and I know Afghan does too. So we'll see how much they change it up.
Yep. Very good showing from Nothingness in the first round. Is Afghan going to be able to make it back? Let me put up the banner and we can go into the draft while people fill in the predictions. Again, if you've just joined, you can take part in the prediction contest. Head over to Discord. If you type in !predict, you will get the link. Go over to tournament predictions and make your prediction for the match. The person with the most correct predictions at the end of the night is going to win the monthly gem pack. All right, Armand's countered by Fabian and Predator. Was that also the exact
No,
order
because we
in
had
which he picked?
Armands on the other team for Nothingness
That's
too.
true.
So
That's true. Afghan does get his Armands, and he does love his Armands. It is his first pick that we've seen from the first round as well.
it's a 6-star Armands. I can't complain about that. So
Yep. 6-star intimidating presence Armands. Is that going to be a difference maker? Can Afghan bring this back because of that Armands? Bayek comes into play. So does Duchess, Hilvi, and Garrel from Nothingness. From Afghan. And that's a 6-star Garrel. Ooh.
and Michelangelo means he's got some extra damage. So that's something.
That is true. But why does he go for the Mikey pick? What's the reason behind that?
I mean, Mikey can still do good damage. He's got the 5-star soul. So if these are one next best damage, horrible option. Plus with the taunt, there's some advantages to having that taunt go out there.
Definitely.
And he's affinity wise, he's actually good versus Galathier and the chicken as well, actually.
That is true. But so it looks like Afghan has a very, very solid pick in this round, just based off the two nukers. And Nothingness, again, I don't know how his Mikey's built. It looks like he's lacking a bit of damage. He does have a lot of control, a lot of survivability in his team, but he's lacking damage. Is that going to be a problem? That's what we are going to find out. Let me check the polls. Wow, polls are neck and neck. It's 50-50. People have voted 50% for Nothingness and 50% for Afghan. Again, if you want to add your votes before I jump in, please do so. Otherwise, I am going to close this out.
I guess the other thing, Mikey is kind of tanky for an attack-based damage dealer because he's got that evade chance as well as the shield he puts up too. So you get some survivability and some correct affinity as well.
That is right. And the thing is that even if he does get hit, he still has Bayek support. That he will still not take a lot of damage. LeMans Roman says he does not believe in Mikey. Do you believe in Mikey, Bront?
I mean, I do, but I don't know how his Mikey's built, so I don't know if I believe.
All right. We have some Mikey skeptics here. Let's see if Mikey is going to be able to prove them wrong. And we jump into the fight. I'm going to close the poll out. And we are all set to go. Just waiting on the leader pick. And we are in.
Yeah, I think he's gonna have to rely on those fears from Fabian as well as the stun from Mikey.
Definitely. Galathier immediately goes into form number 2 and he wants to strip those buffs. He does, and he
And
locks out Fabian. And he'll
that's
be,
gonna be huge.
oh, I think this is going to be a quick one. No, it's not, because Bayek, Mercurial Bayek is on the other team. And this time, we do not have increased accuracy, do we? No, we don't.
Not yet.
Yeah.
And here's the
Fabian,
thing, Fabian still's got that turn meter steal on that A1, so he's still pretty useful.
definitely. Increased accuracy comes in. Nasty debuffs coming in from Bayek. And although the team from Nothingness looks low, we have Duchess to put the Whale, to revive. Oh, but Hilby strips all the buffs. And that was a 6-star Soul Reap coming in from Garrel.
Now, if he's got the revive on with Duchess, he's still got a shot with this.
That is true, but there are so many
That
hits. And now Bayek is down, which means Duchess is vulnerable. Not for
oh,
long, because she does revive. He again goes for the lockout. Stun does land on everybody. You have to remember, Fabian can cleanse off that stun and take a turn and lock
and it
them
didn't
out.
land on Bayak either.
That also did not land on Bayek. But Bayek only has his A1 available anyways. So we have seen Gallius not been able to nuke everybody. How? What? How did that Duchess die? She's
Decreased
also
defense. And to be fair,
interesting.
if you got enough accuracy on the chicken, you actually can out accuracy a
That's
Duchess pretty easily.
that's true, but it's also weak affinity, and he broke through weak affinity. Of course, landing that critical hit. Fabian has the lockout, and I think this game is over. This game is over. The Afghan was able to just bring raw power, and there is no predator to save the day. And Afghan brings it back, and it is gonna be 1-1. Wow, this is exactly the kind of stuff I expected from Afghan, having seen the round 1 fight. So that predator is a difference maker, and now Nothingness has to think again if he has a shot without using that predator. Do you think he's saving something for fight number 3?
I think he might be thinking about not banning the Armands, possibly. So we'll certainly see what he does. The other problem he had is he got stripped by Galathier and then he got stripped again by Helvi. If he can prevent the strip from happening by either banning the Galathier or figuring out a way to not let Galathier take a turn, that could be huge as well.
Yep, definitely. Yes, Stikovic, yes, you're right. The increased accuracy wasn't there. That's why he was able to go despite Bayek's protection. But yeah, Mikey, people who did not believe in Mikey were right, unfortunately. Duchess tried her best, and so did Bayek's passive, but it wasn't enough. And the poll is live, by the way, for voting for game number 3. So please go ahead and do so. But yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see what Nothingness can bring on to game number 3, and see if he can win this out, or if Afghan is just gonna steamroll him just like this fight and move on to game number 3. Because I did not see any answer from Nothingness in this fight. He was just surviving.
Definitely be interesting to see how the draft goes this time.
Definitely. Talking of the draft, let's go into the draft. Again, guys, the poll is live, so please vote who you think is gonna win this last fight in this first semi-final, Afghan versus Nothingness. And let's go for the draft. All right, Arman's again stolen by Nothingness, so that's one less champion he needs to ban. Galathir and Hilvi
Gotta
pick
be careful because
Predator.
he needs to bring damage.
That is true. So he has to now pick a damage dealer. Who is this damage dealer going to be? It's just way too many mythicals from Afghan's side. He goes for the exact same team. The only change being Armand instead of Fabian, which means Afghan can go for the for Fabian if he does have him.
I don't think he does because I don't see him in that list of anybody's got up there.
He goes for the Calvalax,
But
bans the Predator, and of course he has to ban the Calvalax, otherwise he's just dead. Oof. Do you think Armand is going to make any difference compared to what Fabian was able to do here?
well, Armand's gives him the speed that he didn't have with Fabian. So maybe if he can outspeed them and catch a few of them with that stun or sheep the right person, he's got a shot.
Definitely. But it is it is going to be an uphill battle. It's going to be difficult for Nothingness for sure, because we've seen the damage that comes in from Garrel, we've seen the damage from Gallius, and we've seen the control that Galathir is able to bring. It's going to
Yeah, I
be
think what he needs to do is he needs to try to sheep Hilvi if Hilvi is sheepable.
yep, definitely. Hilvi or even Galathir.
Well,
So that
Galathir is hard to sheep because he's going to have resistance. He's probably going to have a wand. Hilvi may not.
that is true. Unless he can get the increased accuracy from Bayek, but then that means he has to go on Arman's second turn, which is also not ideal.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm going to close the poll in a bit. Interestingly, I saw the poll was split, like 75 to 25 for Afghan, and now all of a sudden that one person also changed their vote, and now it's Afghan with 100% of the votes. Why pick Calvalax? Calvalax is really good if the opponent team doesn't have Mercurial, and we've seen that Nothingness doesn't have a lot of Mercurial. Or
Or
Stone
Stone
Skin,
Skin or anything
or
else.
Feral.
Or Feral. Yeah.
Yeah, any kind of protection like that. So Calvalax is a very good pick in general, because he's also, you can play your 4 best champions and then pick Calvalax, and you know that Calvalax is going to be the one who gets the ban. All right, so let's head in and start the fight. All right, so we have the first turn from that Armans. Does Sheep the Galathir is able to do so? A1.
Yeah, that's
Garrel
pretty
goes into
huge.
form 2 and big damage. There's a provoke on the Armans. How important is that provoke on the Armans? Because Armans was going to go for his A2 this time around.
Yeah, I think that's pretty important. But it's also gonna lock the chicken out a little bit too.
That is correct. But Bayek was also able to land the provokes on everybody but Hilvi. Mikey is yet to take a turn. Mikey has unfortunately not taken a turn so far in game 2 or in game 3. Or at least a useful turn at that. Yeah, Nothingness is paralyzed basically. And Galathir is going to transform. And he's going to go for the stuns. No, block active skills. Oh, Garrel. This is such a nasty buff that Garrel received.
Garrel is just really tough.
Unfortunately, it doesn't look like Nothingness has an answer. Nothingness. It looks like Nothingness had Predator as his main weapon. And Afghan even pressed the auto key at the end because he knew that the fight was over. Afghan takes the win and heads into the finals of the Gold League with a very strong showing. We did see that he did lose out to that Predator in game 1, but he came back and he wins 2-1.
Yeah, it just feels like Nothingness doesn't have enough damage to bring outside a Predator, and that's just kind of a problem. The fact that Mikey was the next answer, not even like a Ezio, because I would think Ezio might have been a better.
Definitely. In your fights with him, did he bring any other champion other than Predator?
I thought he brought. I thought he brought what's his name? I thought he brought a Nutcracker, but I'd have to go look.
I think he did. You're right. I think he did. Um, wonder why he was not able to bring it here. Let me see if I have that fight. If I can load
I've
it
got
up.
it up too. So didn't in the first fight. In the first, yeah, he brought a Nutcracker.
Why didn't he use
He
that
has
in this
he has a
fight?
6-star Nutcracker. Now, to be fair, if Mikey didn't take a turn, the Nutcracker wasn't going to take a turn. He was going to die anyway, so that wouldn't have helped.
That's true.
And maybe
That's
that's why
true.
you play Mikey. He also brought a actually that would have been an interesting option. He brought a Mortu to
He
the
brought
second
a
fight.
ooh, especially with so many hits coming in
He
from
brought a
Garl.
Marichka to the second fight.
Where were all these
From me.
champions?
Yeah, I know. It's just the Mortu and the Mortu would have been a good option, I think. Uh, well, instead of honestly, I think Marichka instead of Duchess would have been a huge, huge upgrade.
Definitely. So I'm curious why he was saving these champions. What made him think that Mikey was his best second option for Nukage?
Well, that and the Duchess too. I think the Duchess
Yeah.
problem didn't help him either, and I think the Duchess issue is he might just be trying really hard to make sure he's got Veil available for Bayek.
Mm-hmm. Are you there? I lost you for a second.
No, I'm here.
Okay. The voice cut off for a second there.
Yeah, see, Sikowicz mentions Mortu's not that clean against Geralt. The thing is, Geralt gets a bunch of extra hits, and that's going to
Mm,
power up Mortu if Mortu keeps his stone skin on.
that's true. A very slow build Mortu can actually wreck Garl. And of course, Gallius also did a lot of hits, so that can be an issue as well. But the Bayek didn't do damage, so why would that matter? Fair, fair. But his Bayek did not hit that hard or at all, basically. Anyways, we have the semifinals. The first semifinal done. Afghan is there waiting, and he's waiting for either LeMans, Roman, or for Wenches and Mead. So let's have a quick look at their match card. So we have 4.1 average blessings versus 4.9. Both players have knocked out their round one opponent 2-0, and I see I see that Wench's favorite champion is Fabian, and his most hated champion is also Fabian. Fabian does not feature in either the favorite or the most hated or the most picked champion for LeMans, whose most picked champion is Emrys, and Wench's most picked champion is definitely Fabian. Just looking at this scorecard, looking at the fact that they both have 2-0 wins, what do you think so far, Bront?
Gonna be an interesting match. I mean, I remember a little bit about both of them. It will definitely an interesting fight. If LeMans has got a nice, that's going to be tough for Wenches to deal with. If Wenches doesn't also have a nice, um, and yeah, with two people that could have a predator, that could be, or not predator, but a Fabian, that could be kind of fun.
Definitely. Uh, Sorry, I was just messaging Shini. He's going to be joining for the plat. I'm asking if he wants to already join. That would also hopefully be fun. All right,
Yeah,
so
that'd be fun.
this is the next match card. The predictions are live. Head over to Discord and leave your predictions for game 1, LeMans versus Wenches. And I will load up the game and we can head into the draft. And let's see how this game looks out. I am actually super excited because these players, I told them, so I told all the players to not tell me the result because I want to have a first look for the first time when the games do happen. But these two players, they did say that these are very fun games. So they have my expectations raised. LeMans versus Wenches. Let me reset the scores to 0 and 0. Okay, Shini is up for joining even now. Is that okay with you, Bront?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, then let me just add him here.
We can do a 3-man booth.
Definitely. Okay, I am adding him up while I'll let the draft play. And I'll let you talk through the draft a little bit while I figure out things with Shini.
Yeah, well, Wenches goes with Fabian first, which is not a big surprise. And Empress, and let's see who Wenches goes with here. Marius, a level 52 Marius.
Interesting. He just got his Marius and he wanted to bring it to the tournament.
Stev. Hello.
Hello, what's up?
Hello. How
Hey,
are you doing,
Shini, how you doing?
Do you want me to stream image or no?
I think we can just do voice. My connection seems to be a bit weird today. Hope
Sure.
that's okay. Right. Welcome, Shini. Thank you for joining. And we're just finishing off like the second semifinal of the Gold League. And I'm sharing my screen so you can have a look at what we're streaming.
Yeah, very interesting for LeMans so far. With got the Queen, could be interesting here as well, but it's not a buff heavy team yet, so the Queen is not as dangerous as she could be.
Definitely.
Oh, decides to go with Nice instead.
Yeah, he changes his mind in the last moment.
I didn't even notice the Fabian was level 59 on the other end there too, so.
You're right. Level 52 Marius and a level 59 Fabian.
Well, I don't know if the Fabian makes difference, but why is the Marius 52?
Yeah, I
We were just thinking that he just got his Marius and he just wanted to bring it to the tournament.
that's what brews are for.
That's true.
Well, I made bigger mistakes. You'll see it on later on.
No spoilers, Shiri. No spoilers. All right. So, Shini, Bront, who are you banning here?
Interesting.
I would probably ban just one of the like fast champions, like Fabian or Armans. I assume he's gonna ban it.
Yeah, Fabian or Armands or maybe Arbiter, and hope that Arbiter was fast in the other two. But I think honestly, hope that Armands can't actually get through whatever you got protecting you.
Yeah, I don't know. Did they have battles before? Is the Marius in Cat's case or possibly Wand? Because maybe if it's in Wand, he might just go with the Fabian and like hope to get lucky.
This is battle 1, so
This
Yeah,
battle
okay.
one. And if I remember correctly, LeMans did not use Marius in the previous round. I might be wrong. I might be wrong there.
I don't recall him either.
Yeah, usually people don't use Wand, but sometimes you do see it. So every now and then I get surprised it's in Wand.
Yeah.
Right
He does.
right now in top meta, people are actually using Marius in Stormcolor and 9-piece Mercurial if they can. That's the new guard build. Cat's case is actually a little bit.
Definitely. He does ban he doesn't ban any of the speed boosters. He does ban Iyasu, the nuker. And a Queen of Hearts ban from Wenches. Why does he ban Iyasu?
Yeah, that seems. I mean, I guess if you're worried that if Iyasu gets a turn, he can just lock people out and kill them.
Yeah, he can do block revive. He's like a hard-hitting single target nuker. I actually fought 2 Iyasus today, and I'm like kind of high rank right now, so people do use him surprisingly often. But he doesn't really offer anything except high damage and single target. But he does do block revive, so maybe he's thinking that maybe he's the nice, and Marius would be the only nuker or the like 2 squishy nukers.
I can't remember if Iyasu's a multi-hitter or not, because he might be an anti-nice pick too.
Yeah,
He is a
multi-hitter,
double hit.
single target.
Yeah. But he smacks very hard, and he has a built-in hex in his kit. Where the damage
Yeah, so
basically
he's probably
falls
actually
damage on
worried
his-
about his nice being alive, which
Yeah.
is why he bans him then.
Yeah, definitely. And Queen of Hearts, it looks like Wenches has done his homework, because this Queen of Hearts, if I remember correctly, has Chrono Cube. And a Chrono Cube Queen of Hearts is insane. I have one, and she wins me so many fights in Live Arena. So it's a good ban on the
Yeah, I
Queen of
remember
Hearts.
that.
All right, so I'll close the polls and we can jump into the fight. So Shini, just to catch you up, I'm doing like a prediction competition. So for every match, I am hosting a poll in the Discord, and you can vote who you think is going to win the next fight. And we're going to close the poll at this point when the draft is done. And at the end of the night, whoever has the most correct predictions is going to win a gem pack in the game. With that said, I will close out the poll for this fight, and we can jump right in. Let's go. Game number 1. Gold League semi-final number 2. LeMans versus Wenches. All right. Is Arbiter going to get the first turn? Most likely. Yes, it does. And Fabian comes in. There's a Chrono Cube. Not Chrono Cube. Chronophage. Which worked. Noel is not locked. Armans goes for the A2.
I don't think LeMans is too bothered by the lockout in this battle, actually. Because he has, 2 mythic nukers that can both nuke fine. And Wentz doesn't even have a lot of immunity on the team, so if he can... Okay, Marius went out, but if he could get any enfeebles, they would be kind of permanent.
That is true. Nice does go
He
into
got the
second
stun
round.
on Nice, so...
Yeah, that's pretty big.
It is. He does go. So Petrification actually gets wanded back to him. Increase cooldown, so he does not have his A2 available, maybe, or maybe his A3. His A2 is available. That can bring people back. It does. The block damage is triggered. And that does he just blows him up with that huge nuke coming in. And that
he was running Lightning Cage on that Nice. Quite often people actually opt to run Chainbreaker, which is the epic mastery that can remove stuns.
That is true. Chainbreaker is by far the most popular blessing at this point in time for Nice.
And he did have a wand on them though, because Nice reflected something else. But And that's probably bad for him because now you know that Nice has a wand, even if he doesn't have
Yes,
Chainbreaker, so you can plan for that next time.
that is absolutely true. But with that, we have the first game going on to Wenches, and yeah, there was a pretty fast game, I would say, with the huge nuke coming in from Siegfried, Nice transforming but not being able to do much in this particular fight. Do you guys think any strategy is going to change in game number 2 from either player?
I think
But
that
I mean,
Arbiter is a target for a ban for now.
yeah, it's kind of hard to say, but I will say that if they run this like multiple times, he could have just weak hit on the Empress on Siegfried, which might have changed the outcome. So if they run this the same champions multiple times, it could still be different outcome.
Definitely.
That
The
team is
poll,
very squishy, so if he can just nuke on anything, the Arbiter team is gonna die.
definitely. He did have the Noel pick, and the Noel did have Chronophage. Do you think he's gonna pick Noel again in the second game?
I'm not sure, but he needs to pick something that can deal with the block damage, because if he's going second and Marius is getting locked out, he doesn't really have a good matchup against the Siegfried. Outside of that, the other champions are good matchup against these champions. It's very squishy team. It's great team for Nice to beat.
Definitely. Prediction poll is live on game number 2. We can now head into the draft, and while you guys can vote for who do you think is going to win the game number 2, do you think LeMans is going to come back, or do you think Wenches is going to take this 2-0? Let me turn on the banner and head on to the next draft. Nice thing with recorded games is you can also skip past, and you can pause and go back.
Yeah. Honestly, I do think that team there, I think that Marius draft may have hurt him a lot because not only is he low level, but he had no protection of any kind either. So
That is true.
Yeah, Marius is very tricky champion, because I would say that he's actually right now considered the best nuker in top end arena.
Mhm.
But if you go second and you get locked, like any mythic champion basically, so he's very hit and miss.
That's true. That's true. I personally still run my Marius in 9-piece Slayer in high-end arena, and I still get away from it, get away with it, and he wins me battles single-handedly very often. I like that Mercurial has come into the meta, which means the poisoners have gone out, and my Marius doesn't have to deal with Calvalaxes or the Nels of the world. So I haven't really changed him to Stone Skin or anything like that, and he wins a lot of matches.
Yeah, Marius kind of double benefits out of the Mercurial meta, because not only is he one of the best users to use that set, but he's also against the set, because he only does AoE, including a triple hitter AoE, and he can cleanse all of the total guard in one attack.
Definitely. All right, so last pick remaining
that's
from
an
Wenches.
interesting choice if he goes with them, which he is. The cat's very vulnerable to Marius, but actually pretty good against Siegfried. So
That is true. And look at the blessing on the cat.
Yeah, it's Crackling Roots. It's 6-star blessing, so if you have 6-star, then it's something that you can use, but I don't think I've seen Cheshire Cat in it before. He used to be kind of popular like last season or the season before, but he's kind of dropped a lot in the usage in the Mercurial meta also.
yeah, because he's only single hit except for that triple hitter A2, and that kind of makes it hard to use in against Mercurial.
Definitely. So we see.
So I don't think either one of them had any Mercurial in the first fight, right?
Yeah.
I didn't see it.
Yeah, they did not. And we see bans on Armands and Fabian. Eyasu is going to get play this time around, and so is Queen of Hearts. And that Queen of Hearts with that 6-star Cracking Roots cat might be tricky to deal with. And I think LeMans is going to get the first turn here, because I don't really see competition on the other side.
Yeah, the Yasu is going to be very squishy, so maybe he can actually nuke it with Crackling Roots. And I think it's also just he has good matchup against it. I don't think Eyasu is the best nuker in this.
Yeah.
Or
And
three.
he doesn't have any revivers on the other side either for Wenches, so other than Siegfried. But if he can manage to take Siegfried out with Nice, then I think he's in good shape. It's going to be an interesting fight.
Definitely. I'll close out the polls. Anybody who has yet to vote, please do so in the next few seconds. I'll close out the poll and then we can jump into this fight number 2. Should be interesting. Slightly different teams from game number 1. And let me turn off the logo and we can go right in. Oh, the leader pick is remaining. All right. All right, we are in to game number 2, LeMans versus Wenches. Wenches has the 1-0 lead. Can LeMans bring it back? There's the Chrono Cube.
First. Interesting.
Chrono Cube proc is going to go for the AoE hit. Stone Skin still there on Easu. Marius goes down. He is block revived. Arbiter goes next. I don't know about that setup though. Arbiter going after Queen of Hearts. Oof.
Couldn't quite get Easu. But he gets the extra turn, which he can kill Easu. Well, that's a problem because he kills Easu and then you get the revive and you got the block damage.
But Marius is definitely not going to come back. He's block revived. And the block damage Easu.
But Nice can hit through that block damage.
Yes, that is correct. He does exactly that. And Arbiter even decreases the block damage turn count. And Empress gets a turn. He is probably going to go try to land some fears into the extra turn.
I might just go to the extra turn and transform because the fears could get reflected on him. That could be a problem.
That is true. He will swap HP with the Nice. That makes sense. Now he's going to try to go for the nuke. He does. Transformation comes in from Nice. And he will get his protected buffs on. And Nice gets the next turn. He is going to go for the smack. Is he going to be able to go through Emrys?
I think I'd actually save that
A2, yeah.
Because you know you can't get Siegfried this round.
That is true. And of course, he's weak affinity to the Emrys.
Yeah.
Yeah, Wences doesn't really have a lot of ways to deal with the block damage, but he could just weak it a few times on Empress, and that could be it.
That is correct.
Yeah. See, now he's got the AoE and Siegfried's dead.
And he has the A3 available from Queen of Hearts. And there's the comeback. There's the comeback. LeMans
nicely done.
It. Very nicely done and very clinical. It seemed quite one-sided. Didn't look like there was an answer to Queen of Hearts. So that ban in game 1 made a lot of sense. And no ban on Queen of Hearts did not make sense in this round to me. What do you think of this game, Bront and Shini?
Well, I will say that I kind of like. I think the Nice has the advantage here, so I actually did vote for him. I think Wences doesn't really have a lot of ways to try to deal with that block damage, and that's kind of an issue.
That is correct. The poll is on for game number 3 because we are gonna go into the decider. The score is 1-1. Let me update the score as well. And I'm gonna load up game number 3. But as I do so, what kind of teams are you expecting, Bront and Shini, in this final round?
I think Wenches needs to go back to speed because honestly, because LeMans won the speed race, he managed to basically control this fight from the set. And LeMans lost the last one when he could not control the speed. So I suspect this might actually just be a speed versus speed battle in this last fight.
Yeah, outside of speed, if he has anything that can deal well with Nice, I don't know his champions, but Nice is the main issue why he's losing.
Yeah. Yeah, and if you can outspeed your Nice, you might be able to Marius him down.
Yeah.
Definitely. With that level 52 Marius.
No, I'm talking about Wenches
Wenches.
Mariusing down LeMans's, so.
Sorry. Yeah. His is definitely level 60. I think he's a 6-star Marius.
Yeah, he's got a nasty one.
Yep.
That might
I
be
mean,
why Wenches drafted the Marius in the first place, just to make sure I didn't have to see a 6-star Marius.
yep. The predictions are on. Please do so as we go into the draft. I will close out the poll at the end of the draft. We see Emrys and Arbiter from LeMans and a Fabian first pick from Wenches. Is he gonna go for Ieyasu? Ieyasu hasn't really done much so far in this fight. He hasn't. I don't think he has gotten a turn, to be honest.
I think he's the kind of champion that you pick it as your last pick if you know you're going to ban one of the enemy nukers and they're only going to have one nuker that is squishy in the battle. In those kind of situations, block damage nuker like that is great, but I don't think it's like universally like great champion. You can't just pick it in every battle, but again, he might not have a lot of other good champions, so
It's kind of like your Calvalax or your Torment pick or something like that. I think he's going to outfox the enemy. But only if the matchups are right. Yeah. I think the Cat's the right pick again for LeMans, and I think he just runs back what he ran last time.
Yep. It looks like the exact same. Actually, no, I think Fabian was on the other side, at least in the draft. Donnie. He goes back to Noel from the first fight. I think Noel is kind of his answer to Fabian because of the
Well,
Chronophage.
Noel also might be the I want the aura, and my Queen of Hearts is so fast that it doesn't matter.
That's correct. We have the nice ban. Shini was talking about that he doesn't have an answer to nice, so he does ban it. Shini, do you think with that nice ban, Wenches has a good chance looking at this roster?
yeah, actually, yeah. I mean, there's the Queen of Hearts, but yeah, actually, I like his chances a lot better now. He's also like he has the Fabian too, so I think that's good situation for him.
Definitely.
It's kind of the opposite now that LeMans doesn't have too many ways to deal with the block damage on Wences' team.
Well, none of that, but he doesn't have a lot of damage on this first form. So if Queen of Hearts goes first and can ally attack, there's not enough damage to kill anybody on.
Yeah. And the ally attack on the from the Queen of Hearts is not going to do a whole lot, as you said, because Emrys is going to hit with his A1 in his base form, which doesn't hit that hard. So that nice ban neutralizes not just nice, but also the Queen of Hearts. So I like Wenches' chances in this fight.
Yeah, and if Ieyasu can get a turn and get rid of that Emrys, even if he has to sacrifice himself for it, then that's game over.
Definitely. All right, so people think in the polls that 67% think Wenches is going to win. So chat definitely thinks Wenches has the upper hand. I am going to close the poll in a few minutes. So please put your votes in while we get ready to jump into this game. And we are in. Game number 3, the decider game, decides who goes into the finals and meets Afghan, a very strong account, in the Gold League. So we get the first turn from the Queen of Hearts. She does go for the Death Brand on Marius. She is going to try to go for the ally attack. Is that damage going to be enough to kill off the Marius? It is! Marius is blocked
That
revived
decreased
yet
defense
again.
was enough.
That decreased defense. Queen of Hearts is such an insane champion. Oof. And all of a sudden, things are looking quite dicey for Wenches.
He still needs to make sure Ieyasu does not take a turn, though, and that's the big problem he's got.
Definitely. Wenches has a clear win condition. If he can block revive that Emrys, the game is his. But that is going to be difficult.
Well, I wouldn't even say that because Wences doesn't really have any heals on his team, so he could actually still lose even if he block revives Empress. Actually,
That is true, but he does have an incredible support in the form of Seek Friend, which is also a reviver.
Yeah, I mean,
So
so
this,
LeMans has 2 revivers. Wenches doesn't have any. He could just kill Iasu first, and then not kill Fabian and proc the Seek from passive, and
that's
just wait it
correct.
out. That would be the best way, but it looks kind of bad for him, honestly.
Ooh, that is correct. But why did he go for the A3 there and not the A2? A2 is the block revive skill. He doesn't go for the block revive skill. Was that a
That
mistake?
is, he's almost lucky he didn't die there either.
Yeah. Ooh.
I don't know if it would have been too much damage on that skill. I don't exactly use this champion, but I know people hit really hard with it. I don't know if the block revive is way bigger damage and he would have died to the recoil. I was expecting it to die regardless to the recoil, honestly.
Yeah, and the problem is that him dying, so Iasu dying on the recoil would be fine. But right now what happened, if you saw, is that the Siegfried died on that
Yeah,
return
that
damage.
signals
recoil,
game
yeah.
over for Wenches, I think, because
Yes. I think that was a strategic mistake. If he went for the A2, he would have had the only nuker available would be block revived, and Siegfried would still be alive. Unfortunately, this is looking pretty much game over. Yep. Only Fabian left, and Fabian, while he's an incredible champion, he is not going to be able to deal with 2 revivers, an ally attacker, and a nuker in the form of Emrys. GG to both players, but I think it looks like LeMans is going to bring this back. Again, we're seeing this a lot today, where the person losing the first game in the best of 3 is coming back and taking the series. This happened like the third time? Or the second time? He's just dragging this fight. Come on, Wenches.
I mean, to be fair, there's the Hugo advances on the line, so I'm certainly going to play this out.
That is true. The health is low on LeMans' side, but they can heal back up.
I
Oh.
actually had a battle today where I accidentally didn't pick a second nuker. I only had one, and I won the battle without any nuker, just having a lot of CC. So it does happen sometimes, but not with just one Fabian.
That's correct. I have also won that. Wenches doesn't decide to quit. His internet does, apparently. But the game is definitely over.
Well, somebody's internet quit, so.
One of them, yeah. Oh, they actually came back. They came back.
I think it's like in-game bug. It might not be actually his internet. Sometimes you keep getting this message.
Yeah.
Game, but it's gonna cancel the fight, and if you like leave the game, you will have to restart your computer because it will not let you reconnect to the game. If you stay in the game, you can be in it, but you can't do anything. It's a bug.
Definitely. And that is it. So it's 2-1. LeMans wins the game, and he is going to advance into the finals. That also means he is going to guarantee himself some prize pool money. Again, it will depend on if he wins the finals, and he'll get the bigger part of the prize pool. Otherwise, he will still get the runners-up prize. Let me update the bracket in a second. Wenches took game number 1, and LeMans took the next 2 games. So the score is going to be 2-1. And we will have the gold final set as Afghan versus Roman. 2 very strong accounts, 2 very strong showings so far. So it should be an interesting final in the Gold League. With that, we're done with the Gold League, and we're moving into Platinum, which has 4 games, including one of the games which has Shini in it. Shini, I know that I talked to you about casting this. Bront, I know that I didn't. You're very welcome to stay on if you want, but if you have something else to do, totally understand.
Yeah, if I do, I'm going to drop off. But definitely been nice talking to you. Nice to talk with you too, Shini.
Yeah, I don't think we have talked before.
No, it's the first time, but nice to meet you. And in the background anyway, so.
Thank you very much, Bront. Take care.
Yep, take care, everyone.
Thank you. All right, Shini. I was thinking that we can cast the first 2 games together, and then I think Kruysen might join for the last 2 games.
Sure.
You're very welcome to stay on for the last 2 games as well. If you can be I think you can be very impartial in your fight. I don't know how the fight went. But
I don't want to make excuses, but I will tell you that I thought the fight was best of 5, so I kind of made some strategic errors in the fight.
No, it was best of 3. The next round is best of 5.
Yeah, yeah, it was my mistake.
I see. All right. So let's go with the first game. That's going to be Gaijinn versus BlazinYT. These are the two, on paper, the two strongest accounts. They've blown through their first round opponents. Timmy, the fight between Gaijinn and Timmy was actually quite player power, very, very strong champions on both accounts. So what I've done is also I've analyzed the games from the first round, and I have some stats available from the first round. So what we've seen so far is that Gaijinn, his average blessings on the champions is 5.3 out of a maximum of 6. BlazinYT is 5.1. They both hate Solonar, but Gaijinn's favorite champion is also Solonar.
Yeah. So Solonar is one of those like weird champions can be countered if you have like lockout or champion that ignores stone skin. But also many champions are just like really terrible matchup. If they get any extra turns, they will get completely screwed. And in general, if you don't have a champion that specifically is able to deal with Solonar, he kind of almost wins like every matchup by default.
Definitely. And so the champions images that you see over here are the champions that I have seen them pick the most in the first round. So Gaijinn definitely loves his Galathir, and so does BlazinYT. But BlazinYT, or maybe have I flipped this around? Maybe Gaijinn, the Bayek belongs on the Gaijinn side. Maybe I have flipped them over.
Solonar and Bayek, by the way, are both very similar in that sense that you need to counter them basically, or you lose. Just in different ways.
Yep, definitely. And what do you think of the go-to blessing? I've seen that BlazinYT, his go-to blessing is, or the most popular blessing on his champions is Life Harvest. What do you think of that blessing?
Like so he was running like 2 champions per team in it. I mean, Life Harvest is very good. Life Harvest is usually kind of like a filler blessing that often on like champion, unless they have very good synergy blessing, it's a great blessing to use until you have 6-star, and often at 6-star, maybe some other, like they get massive benefit when you get the 6-star, like Ward of the Fallen as is basically not good until 6-star, and then it's great. Life Harvest is great even if you had it at 1-star, but if you already have 6-star blessings, usually you might want to have one champion in it, but not multiple.
Definitely fine. A very, very good blessing. I've seen a lot of Galathirs also with Life Harvest, especially at 6-star, and that turn meter boost that you get, it's insane.
Yeah, and there's a lot of like, powerful, like, Theodosia and Galathir are both very powerful. People often run at least 1 or 2 revivers, so it will sometimes, get really tanky with block damage and unkillable. It can help you like one-shot enemies in longer fights.
Definitely.
Especially if you're using tanky team yourself and you don't have the highest damage snookers, something like I don't know, Nice or Predator, not like Marius that is just full glass cannon. Sometimes if your team is tanky and enemy team is tanky, Life Harvest.
Definitely.
Or if they have health scaling nukers, which are quite common in the current meta.
I was actually thinking that over the last year or so, attack nukers have slowly just disappeared. Like most meta nukers are either defense or HP based nukers in the game, at least in high tier live arena.
Yeah,
which is crazy.
Yeah. I would say mostly like health scaling, to be honest, but yeah, defense also.
Yeah, also defense nukers, but yeah, HP nukers are very much the meta. All right, with that said, I have started the poll for the first fight, Gaijinn versus BlazinYT. Again, I would like to plug this in. This is going to be Platinum League, the very first fight. We are going to have 4 quarterfinals that we're going to cast, and you have a chance to win a gem pack by participating in the prediction contest. So every game, join the Discord. If you type exclamation mark predict, you can get the link. Join the Discord, go in the tournament predictions channel, and leave your predictions. Every game I will start a poll, and you can choose who you think is going to win. Whoever has the most correct predictions at the end of the night is going to win the monthly gem pack. All right, so let me just set everything up. We have Blazin versus Gaijinn. Blazin is on the left, Gaijinn on the right. And let me put the scores back to 0 and 0. And let me also put the banner on. I put the banner on the stream. I know for you the whole screen is visible, but I put the banner on so that you don't get an advantage, basically. If you can see the roster of the player who's recording. All right, we are in. The poll is going to be live until the draft is done. And let's see what they pick. He starts off with a 5-star Nice, who does have that Chainbreaker blessing that you were talking about, Shini.
Yeah, that's usually what people run, but I will say that often, like the top end accounts, they often actually do also run Ward of the Fallen. That's again only if you have 6-star blessing. If you have really good build on your Nice and it's very tanky, people often prefer it over Chainbreaker, but most of the Nice are usually in Chainbreaker.
Yep, that's my experience as well. Very solid picks. Ankora is a champion we don't see as often, and Nell is another champion that we don't see anymore because of the Mercurial meta.
Yeah,
Karn,
Ankora is quite rare pick. I actually do use Ankora a lot myself, but Ankora does have the passive that your nuke take any CC, which is very useful against Bayek, for instance, or any kind of CC champion if you can't prevent it. It kind of
definitely.
became a lot better currently now in the Mercurial meta when CC is a lot more common because there's a lot less risk getting polymorphed or wanded.
Definitely. And you also see that life harvest on the Ankora, 5-star life harvest.
Yeah, but okay, that makes sense. Just like I said, it's usually
Mhm.
like great filler blessing if you don't have 6-star blessing the champion.
Definitely. What do you think of the Nell pick
Beat
from
team,
Gaijinn's
so
side?
Nell is great if you have 9-piece Mercurial on her, but also if enemy has a lot of it, then it's terrible. So it doesn't get
Mhm.
a lot of play, but it completely depends if the enemy has Mercurial on their champions. If they don't, she's incredibly powerful.
Definitely. One thing I
And
see is
with
that in
6-piece
terms.
deflection,
Mhm.
yeah.
One
No,
thing
I
I
was
see
just
is
gonna say
that
that
he does not have a dedicated nuker. I mean, I know people build Bayek as a nuker, but he's not that raw damage dealing nuker available on Gaijin's side. There's Bayek and there's Nell. Once
well,
Sonar is
I
back.
have seen really good Bayeks hit for 200k, so it's already plus 2
Okay.
5-star blessing. I would assume it's pretty good gear.
Yeah.
And there is a chance, like the traditional sense is that people build Nell in 9-piece Mercurial, but it's also possible that it's going to be in 6-piece Deflection, which some people are trying to use as counter to enemy Mercurials. Also, people are kind of scrambling with Nell builds. I've seen people talking about using the second form of Nell to surprise people, but I haven't seen that a lot in practice. But I'm also very surprised about the Nell pick. Surely
Yeah.
Blazin has some Mercurial on his team.
Yeah. Maybe Gaijin watched all the videos from Blazin's channel and his first fights, and he noticed that there isn't a lot of Mercurial going around, and that's why he went for Nell. That could be
Well,
something that he played towards.
I would assume that since Blazing is using Angora, which is quite unusual pick, especially if you have a very good account, it has to be 9-piece Mercurial. When you see those kind of unusual revivers or supports right now, you can almost guarantee that they have 9-piece Mercurial, and it's part of the reason why they're getting play. But I haven't seen, I don't know his Angora build.
Definitely. So I will close out the poll in a second. And another thing I will do is I will actually take a note of the teams that they have, because this is Platinum League, which means that there are rules. And the rules are, of course, gold rules, meaning that you cannot have duplicate champions on either side. And the second rule is that each champion can be used a maximum of 2 times in any one fight. In any one
Except
series,
if it's banned.
basically. Except it's banned. So when it's played counts, banned doesn't count.
Yeah.
So in best of 3, it's not as important. Only the third game it becomes important. But in best of 5, the strategy is going to come into play, which is going to be the next round. What I'll do is I'll take screenshots of these teams, and then as we go into fight number 3, 2 is not as important. In fight number 3, we will take a look at what they have picked and what the strategy is going to be. With that said, Kruysen is up for joining already. Let me add Kruysen. Hope that's okay with you, Shini.
Yeah, it's fine.
All right, so I've sent him the request, and hopefully he should be joining soon.
Guys,
What's up?
Hello. Hey, Kruysen.
how you doing?
Thank you very much. How are you doing?
Doing great.
So, Kruysen, just to catch you up, so Shini and I have been casting. This is you've joined right in time. We are going to cast the first game of the Platinum League. So in Platinum League, these are like the top tier players that we found in the tournament, and there are some rules in place. One is the gold rules, and then the other set of rules is that you can use any one champion maximum of 2 times in the series. So in a best of
Okay.
3, if you pick Nice in the first fight and the second fight, you cannot choose him in the third fight. If Nice was not used in the battle but just picked and then got banned, you can still use him.
Okay.
So the rule is most likely going to come into play more in the best of 5, which is going to be the semifinals. But this is right now, there's just a best of 3. We have the first fight, Blazin against Gaijinn. And I did like a kind of a screenshot from round number 1 on what kind of champions they like to use, what kind of blessings they like to run. And we already have the draft for the first fight. And hope you can see the screen and look at the draft, and if you can share
Yeah.
your thoughts on what you think of the draft so far from both sides.
Okay. Let's see. I don't know how they are built, or the champions, but Blazing went for a team that I think is not very fast, which is not that common on these meta. At the same time, he's facing a team that might have some amount of speed boost on the other side, so it's usually not the safest to go to, but depends on how the champions build. Maybe his Kruysen, it's very fast. Don't know how they are champions. And at the same time, Gaijinn on the other side went for now, which is not the most common pick, having not that many buffs on the Blazing side. And it was his last pick, so it was a very unusual pick, having a team that almost doesn't have buffs on his side, which was something that I didn't expect to be shown on a last pick. Having already seen 4 champions of your adversary and knowing most of them are not buffers in most of the scenarios, so it is a unusual pick, but can work depending on the situation.
Yeah, that's it. That's what me and Shini were debating as well. That Nell pick, and we were thinking maybe he has scouted his opponent and seen that he doesn't use as much Mercurial, and that could be one of the reasons why he went for Nell.
Yeah, except I think that, again, I don't know Blazin's builds, but he picked Angora, which is very unusual. So I would be surprised if the Angora is not in Mercurial since he's using it.
Yeah, it should be, or if she's not, she will be very high resist.
Definitely. All right, so I will close the poll. Kruysen, we're doing a small poll prediction contest basically. Who for every game I launch a small poll for people to vote on who they think is going to win the next fight. Whoever wins or predicts correctly the most at the end of the night will win a gem pack. So I'm going to close the poll for this first fight and we can jump right in. Let's go. All right. Game number 1, Blazin versus Gaijinn. Both hard hitters from the round 1 blaze through their first opponents. We see who gets the first turn. It is going to be the Krixia. She is going to lock out, remove buffs. It only worked on Bayek, didn't it? Did everybody else resist it? Yes. There was a weak hit on Nell, and the resist on Galathir and on Marichka. So far, Marichka in the tournament has 100% win rate. Whoever has picked Marichka has won. Let's see if that holds true.
Yeah, that Krixia is obviously built in full speed because they can ignore resistance. Granted that Marichkas are usually built on resistance too, but it's still quite unusual that it resisted it, so it must be very fast, Krixia.
Definitely. And that is Bayek's passive coming into play because Nice normally does not hit like a wet noodle that he just did. Those are the poisons that killed off Krixia immediately.
And he's
Yeah,
going
and
to
Blazin doesn't have a lot of Mercurial in the team.
Yep.
And not really too much heals either. I mean, it's mostly self-heals from the nukers.
Did you notice that? Nice is dead. Those poisons are doing work.
mostly because of he cleanses and speed boosters with one Korra, which should have avoided since he was not going to do much with the skills. He's going to use being locked, having Bayek on the other side. He could use the A1s.
Yep, and
And he
Angora's
wouldn't
fully
be
crowd
dead.
controlled. Let's try to go after Bayek, but that passive. Such a weak hit, and Bayek kills off. Nell is doing so much work in this fight.
Yeah, Nell is super hit and miss. If the enemy can't deal with her, you often lose quite quickly. But if you have a lot of Mercurial, let's say, she can be quite useless. So it's kind of a very rare pick right now. It used to be super common a couple months ago.
And
Definitely.
it's still 100% win rate for Marichka.
Still 100% win rate from Marichka and 100% win rate for Nell, I think. I don't think Nell has been picked so far. So she comes into play and she takes the win from Blazin, and Gaijinn goes 1-0 up in the first game. What do we think of this first game so far? It was a full Nell show, wasn't it?
Well, I mean, I feel like the Bayek should have been banned, to be honest. If you didn't have anything to deal with Bayek, it's kind of, if you don't have something to counter him, just like Solanar, it's kind of very big disadvantage. You almost lose if you can't counter it. Unless the enemy is just running very squishy team, which Gaijinn definitely was not.
Yeah, if you're using your nukers based on raw damage, that is the case of Blazing, you cannot afford to have Bayek on the enemy team. Otherwise, you're going to be almost useless most of the fight, unless you have some very strong damage dealing. For example, the Predator is +4, 6-star with the Lens of Intangibility. You might kill the entire team even without doing a critical damage, without a critical. So this is a very hard thing to fulfill. Most of the players won't have. So if you're using raw damage dealers and you're going to face Bayek, you need to remove it. But if you're not using raw damage dealers, it might be an option to let Bayek there because he's going to not do that much passive wise, but he still can be a good damage dealer.
Definitely. But I
Yeah,
think he had a difficult choice between banning Bayek and a 6-star Solanar.
Yeah, those are both kind of champions that you need to counter, or they're kind of often checkmate automatically if you can't deal with them. But like, you know, he was running a very tanky team. I mean, Gaijinn. Usually, Bayeks often like to run like very fast and like offensive teams. So against a team this tanky, you can't really kill it if you don't ignore Bayek passive in some way or ban it.
Yeah, and Blazing had a team to face the Sonar.
I surprise death dealer on one of his snookers or something, but I guess not.
Yeah, he had the team to, since he had the Krixia to
Definitely
revivers on his side, so it was a possibility for him to let the Solanar stay there, even more because the champions doesn't debuff that much, the champions that he used. So it was a possibility to face the Solanar for sure. That tournament boost, even passively, can change the tide of the fight because of Solanar's passive is always a dangerous champion to face. But again, all raw damage dealing against a Bayak, either you have someone that always gonna crit or have a death dealer, or you're going to lose because of it.
Definitely.
Yeah, I think there's kind of many champions in the meta that can actually deal with Bayek, but you need like a specific champion.
This meta, I think Rotos with Death Dealer is the easiest way of dealing with him. And if not the Rotos, the Calamitus and the Hekaton are really effective against him.
Wait, what was the last? You're referring to the new Void champion? Did you say Hekaton?
Yeah,
yeah,
the
Hekaton.
Hekaton
Yeah.
always does critical
Yeah.
if he has the Limiar of buffs. And the A3 of the Calamitus is always critical too, and is a very strong AoE. So you can wipe out the entire enemy team. And the multi-hits of the E2, not very strong hits, might be enough damage to kill nukers or something like that if they are squish. Even not critical hits will be interesting if you have 4 hits on a skill. So Calamitus and Hekaton are very viable options to face the Bayak on this meta that we're living right now.
Yeah, I think Hekaton, like, I'm almost surprised that I guess he's new champion, so lots of people don't have it, but I quite like the champion. I think he even has ignore defense, so he has quite good potential to even be a nuker running 9-piece Mercurial, which I've seen quite many times. And I feel like Hekaton seems like champion.
I'm using him in almost every battle now.
But in what set are you doing?
9 pieces of Mercurial and
Yeah.
using him with extra turn relic, the Chrono Cube.
Yeah.
So
That's
you can
fantastic
ignore the defense and put everybody on Stormcaller at the same turn.
We did see Chrono Cube in action in the previous fight in the Gold League on Queen of Hearts. It's so insane on her, and he was able to win with that.
What a relic! And on this meta is really good, since
So good.
an extra turn can reduces the amount of Mercurial on the beginning of the
Yes.
fight, and that might grant you some advantage.
Yes, and also that she does herself an AoE hit, which means she also reduces one of the Mercurial stacks. So she's fantastic.
Yeah.
That. All right, so we will go into game number 2, and again, I have started the poll for predictions for game number 2. We will see the draft in a second. I will close off the polls right before we jump into the game. So let's go into the draft and see if they change their strategies any at all. Nice was the first pick, if I remember correctly, from Blazin in the last fight as well. And Bayek and Marichka. He has not picked Predator so far, which he did go for immediately, Blazin. And let's see if we will see Solinar. We do, and we do see Nell once again as well.
Yeah, I think he must have assumed that Gaijinn doesn't really use it, and Predator doesn't deal enough damage against this Bayek team. Predator is quite often first pick, even like even on really good accounts.
Yeah. Commodus pick. Again, Commodus is also a champion we don't see as often anymore since the Mercurial meta.
He's a very risk pick, but at the same time, he's a very dangerous pick to let. Because if you pick Commodus and you don't ban Commodus, he's in danger most of the time. He's going to be killed by the bombs if he has a Stone Skin or if he has nothing. Because the amount of people in Pharaoh, it is a lot lower nowadays. So it is not a safe pick, but still a very strong pick. And he acts like a second viable option to face the Solinar. Because even if all of them are in Mercury, you're not able to bomb, you're able to take the cooldown away of the Solinar, which makes him a lot easier target if he's locked.
Definitely. Kruysen, Shini, who are you banning here if you are Blazin?
Probably
I don't know bills, it's kind of hard to say, just based on that.
Well, this time he doesn't have that many raw damage dealers, so probably I would take the Solinar this time because he has two champions that can play without doing raw damage, that are the Commodus and the Carnage. So he can
Definitely.
the things that are on the other side without having to do critical damage. He just need to be cautious because the Galathir against the now is something really hard to control because you cannot afford to have the poisons by any move of the Galathir.
Yeah.
And it's going to happen if he let it on the first turn. Everything that he uses is going to give you poisons. So you don't have how to handle that unless you have Mercurio.
Yeah, I think Blazin went with like triple nuker, so he doesn't have like one nuker plus Comidus. So he has to ban Maritska, and he's probably not gonna do it, and just gonna like try to stall time, I guess. But it's gonna be quite annoying for Comidus to deal with that.
Yeah. He does ban the Carnage. He does fear that Carnage can lock out Bayek's passive. And I think he expects that Solinar is going to be banned once again. So now
All of them have like really good passives, so the Carnage ban was very like not surprising to me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the situation is not good for Blazing here. Almost every champion that he's trying to pull has a counter on the enemy team. So it's not that easy for him to win that battle, but if Kruysen is there, he might be able to push them to a long fight, and a long fight he might be able to win if he gets rid of the Nell as soon as possible.
The thing is that he has like basically 2 block damage passes on Gaijinn team, so I don't know if the Comidus is really going to be able to do anything, and Nice is not in like doesn't have any way to deal with the Bayek passive either, so I don't know how he can deal damage to Gaijinn.
Yeah. And I
It's
think
going
the
to
chat
be A1
agrees.
fast.
Chat agrees because right now the poll says 100% of the people who participated say that Gaijin is going to win this fight. I am going to close out the poll and we will jump into and see if they are right. Let's go. All right, game number 2, Gaijin versus Blazin. Gaijin took a very convincing game number 1 thanks to Nell. Lockout, this time Lockout went on Niamhe and it went on Bayek. There was again a weak hit on Nell and a resist from Marichka. Marichka takes a turn, loops in Niamhe for the A1. And Nell is not able to remove any of the stone skins. So far, Galathir cleanses, and Commodus is thinking he does go for the block active skills. Bayek takes a turn. He is just gonna go for the A1, of course, because he is locked out. Nice tries to go after the Nell, does not hit very hard thanks to Bayek's passive. Niamhe again goes after Krixia, and she dies to the poisons from Nell.
Bayek gets so much protection in this team. I just kind of think it's a little bit hopeless. It's kind of hard to kill the Bayek, and he doesn't have any way with the Carnage being banned to lock out his passive. So I don't think he can like kill anybody really. Even if he kills Snell, it doesn't really matter.
Bayek goes for the A1 again, not dealing the most damage. But yeah, neither team is really dealing a lot of damage so far in this fight. Nell's poison are the most damage that we've seen. Huge hit on
doesn't
Nell.
have any direct revives, to be fair, but with the Niamhe and Maritsk protection, unless he kills the Bayek, there's not much he can really do here. And I don't think he can kill the Bayek.
Yeah, Bayek is locked out though with the block active skills. His passive is very much active, and Commodus is very low and he has poisons on. Don't think he's going to be able to place his bombs in this fight. And this looks pretty much game over, but you would never say never until Nice is in the fight. Puts on his buffs. Commodus is dead. Bayek is still chipping away very slowly from Gaijinn's side. Very low damage on Gaijinn's team, but also a team that will take very little damage. And actually, Niamhe is dead. And he does not have a direct reviver, as we just mentioned.
No, he does not. But the situation to Blazing is not easy. Every move he does, most of the time, is going to give him poisons. Even the fear now is something dangerous.
Definitely. And we have Bike coming in with the increased accuracy.
Yeah, this might be a
And
really
the
long
revive is
battle.
dead.
It's gonna
This
be
can
still
be a
quite
really
hard
bad.
to kill the Nice. I think it's gonna take like forever.
Yeah.
I don't think he will stand a chance.
Now Bike can go for the nuke, and that nuke is tickles basically from Bayek. More tickles coming in. Nice is dropping low.
Okay, I guess it wasn't
Even more
that bad.
tickles. And he also has Shibuya's Servitude on the Nice.
Does he?
Yeah. I just saw the proc. I can go back. Yeah, you look at that.
Yeah.
Shibuya Servitude. That's the nice thing about recorded games. You can go back. A1 more tickles.
He used to have the Chrysalid on that. Nice, which is a really strong one to have. But the situation is not good to him at all.
Nope. And he's looking really bad. And Gaijinn actually takes it 2-0. On paper, it did not look like it was going to be this one-sided, but that Nell and that Bayek is insane. Insane.
Yeah, they didn't even need the protection of the Niahe for that battle,
That's
to be
correct.
fair.
That's correct.
He was safe enough. Because Blazing didn't had anything to go through the damage. Again, he faced exactly the same difficulty that he had in the last battle, that it is to go over the passive of the Bayek. Well, sometimes we need to think a little bit outside of our usual picks, even if we have to go outside of the meta, to maybe see some possibilities in our roster to counter situations like that. Sometimes it is better than stay doing the same meta picks and falling for the same traps.
Definitely. And with that, Gaijin moves into the semifinals. Semifinals and finals are both going to be best of 5. And again, with the platinum rule that you can only use one champion maximum 2 times, will mean that Gaijin is going to need to think of more strategies than just using his Bayek and just using his Nell in the next fights. Let's see who's going to join Gaijin in the semifinals, with our next fight being Walth versus Jota Catota. As I load the match, I will put up the screen, having seen champions that we've seen so far in the first round from both of these players, and these are the most picked champions from both sides at the top, and then some of the stats from them. Right.
Yeah, I would say that those are quite common first picks or like popular picks, but Empress usage is very popular at like, let's say, mid and like, let's say even like high tier. But if you go really high tier accounts, Empress usage is quite rare because he doesn't really deal well with the current meta champions that often use things like block damage and unkillable and other mechanics. He doesn't ignore any of them. He's just generally great champion, but he kind of struggles with like most of the meta champions, let's say.
Yeah, he's totally out of the picks on the top accounts.
Yeah,
definitely.
The top accounts meta resumes into Predator, Solinar, Hackathon, Bayek,
yeah.
and
I would
some
even
champions.
say that in my personal opinion, right now the best actually Marius with the Mercurial Stormcaller combo. But I'm sure Ambrose can beat Marius like technically in 1v1, but that just doesn't work well against the meta right now. Marius does like well against like all of the buffs, including 9-piece Mercurial, so he's super good.
Yeah.
And both these
That
players
doesn't
again,
matter the meta.
both these players in their first round got matched up against two YouTubers, streamers with strong accounts. Consistency, Cads, Walth 2-0'd him, and Jota Catota actually had 2-1 against Kenpachi. So also both very strong accounts. So let's see what they are able to bring into this fight. Let me load this up. Predictions are, poll is live. So go ahead and vote there. And while we start the draft, Fabian first pick, 6-star intimidating presence Fabian from Walth.
Yeah, Fabian is very common first pick. Even like the top card, like most people, Fabian is maybe the most common first pick, I assume.
He is.
One of them.
Yeah.
So far, when I was looking at the
Jota is
numbers,
really
Fabian
safe
was the
on-
most picked champion. And with the highest win rate as well, when he is actually picked. Carnage. What do you think of Life Harvest Carnage?
Well,
I mean,
not bad.
yeah, like I said before, I think Life Harvest is like a good blessing. It's kind of a great filler blessing that if you have somebody without 6-star blessing and he doesn't need anything specific, Life Harvest is great to have random champions. 6-star, usually you have something better. Usually Carnage is in Lightning Cage, but if it's 9-piece Mercurial Carnage, it doesn't necessarily need Lightning Cage, so that might be the case.
Yeah, for the lightning cage, if you have 9 Mercury, you can step out of it. But if you
Yeah.
don't have it, I think it's still the best option to use.
Yeah, no, I agree. But I'm assuming that since he has 6-star blessing and Life Harvest, he definitely has 9-piece Mercurial. I don't know,
Alright.
but I would assume.
Yeah, and Carnage does get banned from Jota's side, and Walth actually bans the Fabian. He's happy to allow Calvalax on, meaning that he does have protection. We do see Sanguine Maria, who has risen up significantly with the Mercurial meta. We know that she is absolutely amazing. What do you make out of this draft so far, and who do you think has an advantage just based on the champions that they've drafted?
Yeah, John is also like I wouldn't say she's like the highest tier of champion, but she's good in right matchups, and she is a good matchup against Nice specifically. So I'm pretty sure it was picked for that reason in this battle. And I kind of actually like Walth team here, to be honest. He has if he can kill the I think he gets it pretty easily.
The sets will going to play a major part here on this battle, because depending on how the builds are, the Cavalax is going to be useless. But if he's able to take away the Lamassu, and the team can deal with the Armans by buffs, sets, or relics, he has a really good advantage alongside that. But if the sets of Jota can tank the Cavalax, or because of the lacking of the blessing in the Cavalax, he does not have enough damage by any means necessary, it is going to be hard to deal with what on the other side, since you have so to give you turns and to do a block revive when it is needed.
Yeah, and I'm not sure, but I would kind of assume went for the Fabian ban and not Cavalax, so I'm assuming that the skin, if it is, then he will have a good start in the battle.
Yeah, I think he's playing Lamassu. I've seen a lot of players who play Lamassu kind of try to ban Fabian because of that supersonic boost, and sometimes we have the stars of the Jinang on Fabian. I have that on mine, and that might be why he banned Fabian.
Yeah, and I think if he's running 4-piece stone skin Armans, he's assuming that he might not be faster than the Fabian, and he doesn't have any issues with Calvalax, and in that case, he's in a good position.
Yeah, definitely. All right, so I will close out the predictions in a sec, and we will jump into game number 1.
Arman's usage has definitely dropped a lot. He's not the best champion in the Mercurial meta, and Fabian definitely outperforms him even before the new set.
I think Armand's was already dropping off even before Mercurial. Because
Yeah,
of the wands.
it was.
What? How? Why did he not ban Calvalax?
It was a gamble.
Yeah. Okay, I thought it had to be stone skin.
What?
Well, let's see if the Nice can 1 versus 4, but he does have the
he has
Mary.
He has Stormcaller Marius, but that's gonna be useless. Because Theo has blocked the buffs. Theo also makes nice. She makes Nice's life so difficult. Lamasu does come back. Ah, those necrosis procs. And that is it. Wow.
Very smooth.
I don't understand.
Lux play not
Yeah, it's a bit confusing. Like he could have banned the Calvalax. Maybe he was faster than the Fabian, but I guess we don't know. We will not find
Yeah.
out.
It was a choice. He chose to try to go against the Cavalax instead of getting locked, but logically is not the best option. If you have the Cavalax poisons going in and you're going to get killed, this is 100% you're going to die. And getting locked, it doesn't mean you're going to die. You might have your champions to play and still do good things. You know, they opportunity of doing something that they are not going to do if they're dead.
Yeah,
So
and
even more without an active revive is very hard to afford that.
yeah, and he did
Yeah.
have multiple Magic Affinity champions, so he totally could have gone first with Fabian and then weak hit on both Nice and Armans, and he would have been fine. So I thought it for sure had to be Stone Skin on Armans, but I guess not.
Yeah. And it
Skittles.
wouldn't have worked that much, even if it was because everybody had Mercurial.
Yeah.
Yeah. Stiko says in the chat that it was a choice, the wrong one. And I think I agree with him. All right. Predictions for game 2 are live. Please vote in Discord who you think is going to win. I have a feeling a lot of people are going to vote for Walth to be winning this fight. But let's see. We are jumping into the draft. Lamasu is now drafted by Walth. He saw that Jota wanted to pick his Lamasu, and Jota actually picks the Fabian that was drafted previously by Walth.
Let's see if you're going to see the Marius as last pick again. What's very common.
I'm also very surprised about the early Calvalax pick because Calvalax is not very meta at all. It wasn't even really that popular before Mercurial, but it was getting used. I don't see it at all, and it's not really the type of champion that you early pick, so it's quite surprising.
Yeah, it's not the best choice to try to counter peak based on the champions that you saw your opponent use it, but that early, he's just taking away the champion that he thinks that caused him the defeat, and it did cause him the defeat, but strategically is not the best out of the peaks. Even more to be the third peak in the middle, so he was totally countered by the pick of the Nianhe plus the Marichka. It's a useless champion for this battle right now, the Cavalax. So they doesn't even need to take him in consideration as a ban. Because doesn't matter what he does, he's going to be countered.
Definitely. This Nutcracker on Jota's side won him 2 games against Kenpachi in the first round. But is that going to be enough given this draft? And again, as you said, Calvalax is kind of a nothing pick over here. So he's effectively running 3 champions versus the 4 of Walth Vader. Let me close out the polls on this one and we can jump into the fights. Interestingly, looking at the polls, people are still split 50-50 on Walth Vader versus Jota in this fight. Do you agree that it's a fair contest based on the picks?
Well, both have good chances here. If Jota is not getting wiped out, and if he has enough to count the Mercurial that we saw in the first battle, we might have a chance, but not easy.
Yeah, if Jota goes first, I mean, this could be much better fight for him. I mean, I don't see why this. I mean, I feel like this is a good fight for him. I think he wins this one.
All right. Let's see if that's going to be the case. Let's go into the game. I will close out the poll. And we are in. Their poisons did go on Niamhe, but she, of course, has the block damage. That's the
The
smack.
Mercurial disadvantage is definitely noticeable, though. One team is running a lot of it, and the other one still doesn't really have any.
Definitely. He does one shot the Niamhe. And Maria comes in with her A1 with the ally attack from Marichka. Nice gets the turn. What's Nice gonna go after? Most likely. Actually, all three have Mercurial on. So he's just gonna go for the AoE hit to drop the stack. Sleep goes on Maria.
It was a good
Empress
choice.
transforms. And he's most likely gonna block revive. No, he's not. He's gonna go for the AoE hit.
Don't know if it was the best solution
think-
for Walth. The block revive would be a lot more effective on this way.
Definitely. Should have gone for the block revive on one of the nukers.
Yeah, pretty nice damage for 9-piece Mercurial. I was expecting it to do a lot less, to be honest.
Since it's a skill that is able to ignore defenses, kind of natural to have good damages. It's not a guaranteed. He has a conditional, so it depends on the levels of the accuracy. But it is something that is viable to do. Is to have it to considerably ignoring the defense consistently.
When in my experience so far, every time I've seen Empress in 9-piece Mercurial, they don't do any damage. But yeah, he does have the inbuilt ignore, of course.
There's the block revive. And
not the easiest situation for the knife.
No, it's not. Because of the
Yeah,
Mercurial as well.
Mary can just finish it.
Oh, there it is. Maria finishes of the job, and Walth Vader takes this 2-0. Very convincing fight. Both fights, I would say. But that Georgia.
Yeah, the Cavalax. The Cavalax pick was a lost spot of champion that in a better position. You know, he gave up too much picking him even more that soon on the peaks. So it was not the best solution that he had to counter. It was like anxiety.
Yeah, I guess he wasn't running a lot of Mercurial or Stone Skin, and he just didn't have any way to deal with Calvalax. But Calvalax is like, you know, maybe in the best of 5 or like you can totally use it as last pick, but in normal play, it's just super risky to pick Calvalax basically ever.
Yeah.
Yeah, on this meta, he suffers a
lot.
Unless you like know the enemy player and you know their builds, I wouldn't dare to really pick it at all. Even in matchups that seem good, but if everybody's on Mercurial, then it's not great.
Yeah, are you going to see your match now, Shini?
We are.
Yeah, I guess.
Going to see Sammy against Shini. Again,
any spoilers?
I don't know if I should make spoilers. I will say that I made a big mistake. I thought it was best of 5. You will notice. I thought it was best of 5.
Oh, so the reason it's going to be an issue is because of the rules. Because in a best of 5, only being allowed to pick the one champion 2 times is a much bigger issue. So you are saving champions for the last fights.
Yeah,
so
I was doing that.
Yeah, I can see that. Sammy is a very tough opponent. He's also active on Void Crown Arena, I've seen, and this game, this quarterfinal, round of 16 fight, Sammy versus Pro Damage, this was beautiful. Shini, I know that you're a huge fan of Rotos, and this was a display of Rotos with so much protection, with Donnie, with Freya, and with Sifi, and it was beautiful, the whole fight. So I'm kind of sad that Pro Damage basically bowed out in the first round, but it was a very good fight. And Shini, I know that you're a huge fan of Polymorph. I've seen that on a lot of your champions.
Well, not really. I think Polymorph sucks these days, but you know, I'm using Go second teams and I'm not so, and I have very limited champions. I have it on many champions, but I don't think Polymorph is that great, to be honest, at all.
Yeah. Your most hated champ is Odin.
Yeah, well, I mean, I wouldn't say Odin is the best champion in the game. It's one of the better ones for sure. But yeah, it's my most hated because Odin just destroys Go second team so well, especially now with the 9-piece Mercurial. It will have a very and you know, he will buff trip and stun me before I take a turn.
Yeah.
And after I take a turn, to deal as a slow player, I really hate it.
Odin was hailed as one of the champions who's going to benefit most from 9-piece Mercurial. I personally haven't seen that much Odin in live arena. Is that different for you guys?
I think it's one
all
of
the time.
You see it all
yeah.
the
I
time?
think it's one of those champions that, like, first of all, it's really hard to build him. So I think we will see a lot more of him when people have the stats to actually build Odin. But it also gets a lot more use on like higher level accounts than lower level accounts. So it kind of depends. Like Embrus, as an example, is much more popular, more rare at super high ranks. Odin is kind of the opposite, in my opinion.
I see.
Yeah, I hosted the tournament yesterday, and most of the fights that people had the Odin build, he was used. Like in the finals, he was a pick that was disputed by both players. So
Okay.
he's a champion that can totally win a fight.
Yeah, I made. Yeah, sorry.
No, go ahead, go ahead.
Like I made a top 5 of, like, in my opinion, best champions to use Mercurial set, and Odin was one of them. So I do think he's like one of the big boys, but he's definitely not like overall one of the most used champions in the game.
In my opinion, he is the best champion to use Mercurial.
Yeah. I mean, well, I would say I think they're all good, but I think I would say Mario's Stormcaller is just so good in the current meta. But
yeah, the thing is that for you, he struck the highest potential of the Mario. Not saying he's bad in any build. He's an amazing champion with every single build. The top build of him requires a mythical relic, so it is hard to do. The top build of the Odin also requires a relic, but it's a difficult legendary. That is the Synchronous Bane. So you can have, at least on the top core builds that are possible, easier ones to do with Odin than you have to do with Marius.
Yeah, and I would say that Odin is also a very unique champion. Like, the biggest issue for him maybe is that he's not a mythic, but he's very weird champion because he's like support with a lot of utility. He's CC champion, reviver, support, and nuker. He's also a nuker. He does every single role in the game. Now, is he like is it like the best nuker in the game? But you can literally pick battles where you have 2 nukers. One of them is Odin. He's that good.
Yeah. Few other champions can do the same. For example, Nice, on his second form, he's everything at the same time. He's a reviver, he's a crowd control, and he's a nuker. Very few can pull that role in. Lazarius.
Yeah. Another one. Good one. All right. So poll is live for predictions for the first game of Sammy against Shini. We will go into the drafts. Please enter the poll and predict who's gonna win. I think Shini, you're gonna be able to predict this very well.
Well, I'm gonna let you guys talk, and I'm just gonna be quiet. And then if you have questions later, I'll answer them. But I'm just gonna stay quiet for my fights.
Shini has already primed us. He's already given us an excuse that he was thinking of best of 5. So that is swaying the poll a little bit. But let's see. Hopefully this was a game that goes into game number 3. All right. So we have the Predator pick from Sammy, and Shini rethinks and goes for Empress and Armans. Again, Polymorph 6-star on Armans.
Kind of the remnants of old.
Yeah. On the arena, this is a very effective thing, because the higher that you go, the stronger players that you're going to face, they are most likely to use mythical relics in most of the champions. So the amount of ones that you're going to see are lower. And the higher that you climb, you're also going to be inclined to use very strong builds on the champions. And very strong builds usually use extreme gear and extreme.
Definitely. And Kruysen, exactly to your point. So I realized the other day, I think I matched up against you, Shini. I was streaming, and I think you were as well. And two of my champions got sheeped. And then people were asking me on chat, why don't you run wands? And I told them, all my best champions, I try to put all my best relics, mythical relics, and Wand of Submission has just gone on my B tier champions by this time, which is why Polymorph becomes more effective all of a sudden once again.
Yeah, and this is one of the RNG turnovers that can be played between a less strong account against a very strong account. To lay on the polymorph is really good for less strong accounts to go against very strong accounts on this meta. For example, topics will be around the Krixia. You can totally nullify her because she's going to be fast. She's going to have something to play first, to play effective, or to take away to cut in between enemy teams with mythical relics. So she's going to be totally vulnerable to be polymorphed most of the time. So you can totally take away your disadvantage and turn it into advantage by the single proc of a polymorph. This is most likely to happen when a lower account faces a very strong account in this situation.
Definitely.
Yeah, and
ShiniYT
especially like if you can see from my champions, I'm like using Go second team. So I'm not going first. I'm assuming that they will often pick a lot of champions with CC and that will go before me. So it will still be effective, but Mercurial is very common.
Definitely. You ban the Carnage. And
Interesting
the
to face the
Armans.
Fabian.
Interesting. Let me also take a screenshot in case this goes into game number 3. Keep track.
I was taking screenshots because I was like tracking the champions that were being used.
Oh. All right. So, Kruysen, what do we think after the bans? Who has the stronger team on paper?
I don't know how Shini's champions are built, but if it does not have very high like resistance, the Duchess and the Maud are going to have less impact on the battle. At the same time, the two nukers can work really well with being locked.
Mm-hmm. They definitely can.
Good champions to have, been played on second form. At the same time, Sami has a very, very, very strong team. You know what? A team that does not die easily, even with that much firepower that Shini has. So he can handle a punch or two and still come back, even something goes wrong. But this is something that both of the teams have in common. Both have like two punchy bags champions that can take some damage and still survive and still bring the team back and cleanse and everything. That are very useful in this kind of scenario. The Predator evade can be something really annoying.
Yes.
You know, that might change the course of the battle.
Of course. So I'm gonna close out the poll in a second, but I have a poll question for you, Kruysen. How many sheeps are we gonna see in this fight?
Well, 14.
All right.
I'm trusty on your luck, Shini. Don't disappoint me. This Galateer, this UV, will never make a move. Even the Predator, when he tries to A3, he will pull him off. I have faith.
All right, we are in. So, who gets the first one? It's Fabian. And let's see the lockouts. Everybody gets locked out. So there's not enough resistance on Duchess. LV is gonna try to freeze. Oh, she goes for the A1.
Yeah, she didn't even need it.
She didn't need it. Takes off the 2 total guard stacks off of Hilvi. And Predator comes in. It's a chunky shield. Oh, okay.
Well,
wow.
That's for sure is a lens of intangibility one.
Yep, we can see it.
Yeah.
We can see the proc. It is lens of intangibility. Oh my god. 329,000.
Very strong champion.
200,000.
Well, my 14 polymorph. My 14 polymorph didn't work in the way that I predicted.
No, it did not. Crazy.
Are you still dashing or this heat? blow you away.
No, no.
Wow.
It shocked me. He hit very hard. That was very
Yeah,
quiet.
apparently.
That was crazy.
Often predators can't even kill my Jotas in 1v1, but the lens makes like an insane difference.
Yeah,
Definitely.
full ignoring 30%. It is insane.
I can show you a funny pic. I had a battle today where I forgot to pick a second nuker by accident, and it was against the Predator team, and I won the battle with no nuker.
Wow.
And it was with Duchess, he just couldn't kill my Duchess, so...
All right. Fight number 2. Let me update the score. 1-0 to Sammy. And the poll is live for fight number 2. And let's see if we are gonna see any more sheeps.
I bet you this time is your time to go Pred Boy.
Pred Boy, +2 Pred Boy.
Whale. Pay to win.
Pay to win. Shini the
Few,
Kraken.
few whale.
Look at the picture I put in the chat. That's a Predator team dying to supports only.
Wow.
50-minute battle.
Oh my god.
It had to be done. I could see the vision that it's winnable, so I had to play it until the end.
That's some dedication. Marius and Carnage coming in from Sammy. And Galatherian Heavy once again. I think Shini has made a huge mistake here. In his Predator, his blessing is not polymorph.
I mean, polymorph, again, I'm sure you know, but if you don't have 6-star blessing and you don't build accuracy, you basically can't use it. So generally only 6-star blessing champions, really.
So Shini, are you saying once you get 6-star, you are going to change him to polymorph?
No, I will try him in Ward of the Fallen, but it could be something else, but it's not going to be polymorph on him, I don't think. Could be. I mean, he has Wand of...
Go ahead.
He has Wand of Submission right now. I would really want to get Lens eventually, but Wand kind of protects him from CC, so maybe I could consider going polymorph when I get Wand, but my current plan is to get him in 9-piece Swift Parry, Lens, and Ward of the Fallen. That's my endgame plan that I want to try.
How come you don't have 600 accuracy on this +2? Pred Boy.
Yeah, he doesn't have like any accuracy. I can never land Hunter's Case if I don't have Whale. He's like 170 accuracy or something like that.
I think building accuracy on
6-star is not my name.
Yeah.
No, I don't
accuracy
have
on Predator has gone up as well since Bayek is so prevalent in the meta. Also one reason to build accuracy on your Predator.
Yeah, I still want to achieve anything against the players that I play against.
Yeah, fair enough.
Even if I put accuracy on him, he's just going to lose damage.
Fair enough. Ankora and Narcissus. That is a combo that was super meta a few years ago. Not seen as much anymore. Narcissus does get banned here. And Predator is
to be fair, the Ankora Narcissus was one of the smallest metas that we had because they came to set the end of the Tarichka meta.
Yes.
But they were destroyed by the Mythicos in a it's small amount of time. They got in.
Yeah. I was kind of avoiding those. Rotos and Predator are my two best like nukers. The first games without using Rotos. That was my plan here. But I was shocked that he banned Narcissus and not Predator.
Crazy. I think Plarium took it very... I think Plarium was very hurt by the fact that this Ankora and Narcissus meta did not stick around. So they just put them everywhere in Faction Wars Hard, Stage 21. So freaking annoying to deal with these two. Especially with Narcissus with 1 million HP. All right, so I will close out the poll shortly and let's go into the second fight. Let's go. Let's see how many sheeps we get in this round. Volcardiac Heart on the opposite side. Armand's does get the first turn. And
Let's see
He's
who
gonna-
is going to give him a
thinking
wonder
about going for Mesomel. There's the first sheep.
No one proc. Luck.
No, got very lucky. Indeed. Hilvi. Is Hilvi gonna get sheeped? Nope, she goes for the A1. Marius buffs up, goes for the nuke, and he does kill Armands. Ankora can bring him right back. And the smash from Marius is not enough to kill Armands once again.
Yeah, I was
Because of-
thinking there, do I even want to do it? Because I don't want the Marios to get polymorphed, actually.
And now Marius is gonna get block revived. That's really good because now there's only one nuker to deal with, that is Mesomel. And we all know that Mesomel is SS tier nuker, of course. I'm kidding if in case somebody thinks otherwise. I hate Mesomel. She was one of my first mythicals and I feel so unlucky.
Let's
Goes
see
for
if
the
she's going to
A2.
survive that.
He can be brought back, but Marius cannot. This is gonna be a long one, isn't it? Galathier, is he gonna transform and try to put the block active skills? Nope, he's gonna boost. The HP from Mesomel is 50% by now because of Life Harvest. No sheep over there on Hilvi. He's gonna try to go after the Predator. Is he? Nope. He's gonna transform.
Oh, he was ready.
Ooh! Wow. Wait, how did he die?
Reflect.
Ah, yeah, of
Yeah,
course.
Volcardiac Heart on Dutch.
Volcardiac
Both
Heart.
teams had it.
Yeah.
I think he's Kalatir and my Dutches.
Now we have 2 revivers on both teams. Galathier gets the turn. Now he's going to transform and try to lock out. Weak hit on Duchess. Still 2 turns to go.
Not easy situation.
Resistance. Polymorph! There's the sheep. 2-turn sheep.
One more 13 to go. Actually, the second one.
Yeah. And is this going to be enough? It does kill and a decreased skill cooldown. And there's the revive. It's looking good for Shini all of a sudden.
Well, the only bad thing is the amount of HP that Bread Boy lost.
That is correct. What will not matter if Bread Boy can get back to his A3 and kill that Mesomel, who also has very little HP left.
Exactly.
No, it's still 1 turn to go. Volcardiac Heart comes in. Veil, which is very much needed for that Predator. We get the A1 from Ankora. And another sheep on the cards. Who is he going to go after? He goes after Hilvi with the higher HP. Predator counterattack. Kills off the Galathier. This is looking very nice for Shini. Cooldown increase as well, thanks to Armand's ability. And we have Mesomel killing herself. Looks like we're going to go into game 3.
Yeah.
Goes for the A1, refuses to even try for the A3. Shini is so confident. Wow. Nice comeback. Nice game, Shini. You came back 1-1, and now is Shini gonna bring back his Rotos for the first time?
I was going to ask that. Now that he won't have the bread boy, if he was going to Retus.
Yeah, but he has the first pick now in this
Yeah.
battle. you can see a pattern here that we're both using Predator in every game that we can. What do you guys think about it? I think it's kind of funny that we recently had two champions, Predator and Bayek. Parium has previously stated multiple times that they don't really want to buff or nerf past limited time champions, and I don't really even though and in the meta. But this is kind of the first time that we had limited time champions in PvP that are basically the best at what they do and top tier meta. Is this going to be a thing that Parium is going to start milking a lot in the future?
Oh, I think they are going to do the same strategy that they always do. They create a problem and they sell the solution.
Yeah, well, I agree with that.
You're going to see Mythicals that ignore Evade, and you're going to see Mythicals that ignore Total Guard. All these kind of things happen for months. Yeah, this is not a problem. This is what keeps the game alive.
Yeah,
it is just a problem when you're very competitive and you lack everything that it is the solution.
Yeah, exactly. You know? I agree that they're definitely going to introduce the counters, but more so Bayek. Bayek and Solinar, like I said before, are the type of champions that you need to counter them or you generally like lose. They need to be countered. Predator doesn't necessarily like, he can win and lose basically against anything, but he's just generally really good champion. Issue with Predator though is that there's not really many other super relevant champions with evasion right now and relics or something else. But if it's a champion, it also needs to be really good outside of just the ignore evasion mechanic, because Predator is good against everything. And if they just introduce a champion to counter Predator, and it's also not great against everything, Predator is going to be like in the meta for like until he gets countered, basically. He's always going to be god tier.
Yeah.
Like me and Kruysen both like Rotos, and Rotos has been nerfed like trillion times. There has been 3 separate times where they nerfed his abilities, and they also nerfed extra turn mechanic, relentless set, and ally attack because of Rotos. And they nerfed every single ability of him. Like he the first turn and so on. He did more damage. Everything was better, and he still gets used. And I think Predator might get Rotos treatment eventually, because I don't think unless they directly counter him very hard, he's always going to be meta, I think.
And he had in the last few years.
I don't think it's gonna be that bad in Doom Tower, because they still need to get kills. So I think it will be fine in PvE.
Well, I wouldn't be afraid to see a Predator on. Brace yourself. Yeah. Brace yourselves, because it's going to be a pain.
I think Tormins and Lockouts and like Tarases, they're still going to be more annoying in PvE rotations. But I don't think Predator is going to go away from PvP that easily. He needs to be directly countered. If they don't do anything about him, he's always going to be good.
Well, if they put a Kruysen and a Solinar in a wave, there is very few people that's going to be able to beat that wave. You know, because if you have PvE kind of damage on these Solinar, like a lot of HP, a lot of base stats, and he's immune to crowd control, your team cannot heal, your team cannot boost. Well, you don't have much to do against him. And he's going to, yeah, if he has a way of replace his skill, well, you're in a dangerous situation. So let's hope to never see a Solinar on PvE content.
Imagine if they make a mythic version of Solinar. It's kind of crazy. Like I've been talking about this too. That like 3 of the recent meta champions, Solanar, Predator, and Bayek, none of those are even mythics. Like one is not even Void champion. It's kind of crazy.
There is a people think that mythicals are more pay to win than they think voids are at the moment, but that might be a okay. Look, we added very good champions that are not mythicals. That not necessarily that means they are easy to get, but less amount of from the community, you know. If they added, like, for example, Mina and the other mythicals, like crazy, like Arako and Mina, last two launched champions, if they were top of the meta, there will be a lot more people angry.
Mm.
Like they get no. I was going to say that they launched the very strong champions, and they launched like 10 events that you can have the champion summoning boost. So you could have your luck out there and get the champion, and you bid on the meta. You know, because I have my clan is mostly free to play. More than 70% of the clan is totally free to play. So they like 5 of them got Solanar and the Bayek because
Wow.
they went to their mercies that they were stalking for something, and they used it on the chances of these two champions. So they are free to play that are totally in the meta right now because they have Fabian, they have Predator, they have Bayek, they have Solanar, which is crazy too because now they have half of them.
Mm.
No, he's free to play. They are free to play. They're not even gem packs.
Yeah. By the way, not to make more excuses, but I was also confused because during this battle, I thought I didn't know about the rule that if the champion gets banned, you can pick the same champion more than 2 times. I thought he couldn't pick Carnage, and I was messaging him in the middle of the fight, and I was a little bit confused at the start because I banned Carnage on the first 2 battles, and it gets picked for a bit.
Yeah.
I can hear you. But yeah, considering like Predator and Bayek, I think Plarium is probably gonna do a lot more like limited time champions that are also like end game like viable because they clearly are very popular among players and buy shards to get Leonardo or buy the Forge Pass to get Predator or buy Voids to get Bayek from events and so on. So I think Plarium is kind of you know, like the rare Void champions or mythics. Those are kind of like the thing that people always can buy. But people that normally don't buy a lot of things, they will go for things like Predator. And I expect that we will have a lot more really top tier, like limited time champions.
Probably the next thing that we're going to have, it is some sort of quality of life. Then we might have the counter to the sets because we had a new set. We had the change of the meta with the introduction of new champions. Then we have the PvE service that it is the clan boss that we're going to have now, the world clan boss. So probably we're going to have a quality of life, then something to counter the new set. So maybe in a close future we're going to have something to to counter the new set. And it's not inside information. I don't have nothing because Shini is also a content creator like me. What I know, he knows. He's soon to be too. So. Tinkling. Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you fine.
Yeah.
Did that just so that people would start doing fusions again and not hoarding up resources for the limited time events.
Yeah. They are in the mood of extracting everything every day. They notice that the whales doesn't care. If they put 10 events, they will participate in 10 events. If they don't put 10 events, they will not participate. So they will put events all the time. And free to play noticed that they need to figure out a rotation that is not that simple anymore. So they are now trying to take away resources every time that they are able to. So you cannot figure out or hold your resources for much longer, or otherwise you're going to lose many things. The game pace accelerated a lot.
Definitely. All right, Mike seems to be okay again. Let's go into the fight. Sorry for the delay. All right, so Predator is the pick from Sammy, and we have Embrace and Mod coming in from Shini. Again,
We are going to see the Galatea now.
No, we will not.
Yeah.
Because Galatea and Hilvi both have been used 2 times, so we will not.
Surprises me that I didn't saw Shini using the Vestel.
Well, it's kind of it's kind of risky to use Vestil. I'm not really like confident in my speed. I'm planning to get 9-piece. I want to do both Dead Dealer and Mercurial, but at least Mercurial I want to do on her, but I don't have it, and it feels kind of too risky for me to use her, to be honest, without it.
Okay.
If there's like any kind of wall cardiac heart or anything like that, she always dies to anything. Even one-shot her. And I'm usually like facing a lot of lockouts because I don't pick them myself. And if there's like multiple lockouts, I kind of have to use mythics or nukers that are able to play when they're locked out, like Rotos and Predator.
Yeah. So it's a dangerous champion for your usual strategy.
Yeah. I do use her, but only when I get the chance. If they go for like a go second team.
Shini already takes the screenshot without the last
piece. Yeah, I was confused by the Carnage pick. I guess I read the rules wrong. I thought you couldn't pick it 3 times, but it didn't apply if it gets banned.
Yeah.
That's why I was super confused here.
I see.
It happens. I don't want to make excuses, but it is what it is.
All right.
Carnage for me in normal battles is always like a ban. I always ban it, basically.
Okay.
No,
I'd rather fight Lockout or Odin or anything but Carnage.
Yeah, Go second team is very dangerous to face a Carnage. A single champion unprotected and your whole team is vulnerable.
Yeah, I'm not even using too many immunity champions. It's really just Duchess, and she's not that fast. She's just very tanky. So Carnage is like terrible matchup for me. I'm hoping to use him like much more often myself, but I don't have. I'm trying to get 9-piece Mercurial on him. I don't have it yet, sadly. I miss I think Banner. Kruysen, did you get lucky with Chaos Soaring? Do you already have a lot of nuker sets in Mercurial?
To be fair, I only have 3 champions in Mercurial.
I only have 1, Angora.
Yeah, but I can't build others. That's the thing. I only have 5 factions with 9 pieces. Until now, I'm very unlucky, to be fair,
Yeah.
compared to most of the players that I saw the accounts, and I build at champions with Mercury in other people's account, and on mine I can't even have more than 5, or even if I wanted to push very shitty builds, I wouldn't be able
Yeah,
to.
I feel it. I just recently actually got 9-piece Mercurial on my mod, but I had like, I think what was like 5 banners and 11 rings and no amulets. It is what it is.
Wow.
It's just so
It is-
ironic. I had like so many accessories actually for her faction, just no amulets at all.
Yeah, I have that in like 10 factions.
Yeah,
The thing is, for example, every account that I joined, I already saw people having 3, 5, 6 boots. I only have 1. It is like
I
that.
see.
I think I have 3.
I joined. Yeah, but that's so annoying. For example, I don't have a single attack percentage chest, not even one.
Wow.
I am very unlucky on this kind of thing. So
Yeah,
for me, do I have it?
yeah, that's, you'll get it eventually. We're getting a lot of loot from the Green Forest, but
That's
I
true.
assume that you probably were still like Chaos in like 5-star pieces, right? Because I happened
Yeah.
to, I don't know if you can call it luck, but I kind of happened to get like good 5-star pieces, let's say.
Yeah.
Chaos Soaring, I kind of got usable bottom pieces of everything. I mean, it's 5-star, it's not great, but I happened to get basically like good substats for all kinds of nukers on bottom pieces with 5-star Chaos Soar.
Yeah. Same.
It's not that I don't have the resources. Everything that the resources can give me, I tried. I just don't have the luck.
Yeah.
Yeah. So as I will close out the poll for this third fight in a second, one question to you, Shini. Given you saw fight number 1 with Predator and how quick it was, why did you not ban Predator here?
Well, because if I ban Carnage, it's like 0% win rate. That's basically it.
I see.
Predator, I
Okay.
picked Necret. I got Donatello passive, but yeah.
All right. You still didn't pick your Rotos. You were saving it for fight 4 and 5, I assume.
Yeah.
I see. All right. Let's go and see how this pans out. Fight number 3, Shini versus Sammy. Everybody in the predictions seems to think Sammy is going to win this one. Let's see if Shini proves them wrong. Shini from the past. Marius gets the first round. This is a very fast Marius. Not in Mercurial. He is in Stone Skin. Removes a lot of buffs. Donnie is still very much protected. Oh, the Enfeeble comes in. Not an issue for Empress. And it gets cleansed off because of Mod anyways. Mod has the relic. What is it called? The speed relic, which gives the fervor buff. I'm forgetting the name.
Cute.
Did I not?
Oh, here comes the damage.
Here comes the damage indeed.
No, you're not going to stop
And
live.
the nuke. Predator finally gets a turn. Oh, look at that destroyed max HP on the Empress. Not looking good.
Yeah, the Predator was very hard hitting.
Yep. I mean, that's what we saw in the first fight as well. Because I would have banned that Predator after having seen it like that.
Yeah, and the
Is
thing with
it.
having an HP nuker using an accurate is something really interesting to see, because the vulnerability champion usually is the nuker, that we have the protections around, and the one of the tankiest champions that was done hard. Maybe he could have more chances of protecting the nuker, could save something, but it's not going to happen if you have an HP nuker.
Definitely. And with that, unfortunately, Shini is out of the tournament and Sammy moves on into the semifinals. All right, good showing from Shini. He took one game from Sami, who's a very strong player. And now we have the final quarterfinal, which is Anonymous, which is also another YouTuber. I think he's a new YouTuber, Dennis Cowfish. I don't know if you guys have heard of him.
Yeah.
I was thinking about another YouTuber, but yeah, I know both of them. Yeah.
Yeah. So he's quite a smart player, and he loves his Maria. So let me, as I load up the game, let me pull up
Okay.
this
Guys, I'm
slide.
going to have to leave you
Mhm.
at this. I actually have another appointment right now.
All right.
Sure.
It is like these 2 hours for everything, 2 hours, 2 hours, 2 hours.
Thank you very much, Kruysen. Thank you for taking the time. Really appreciate it.
Until next time. And wish you better luck next time, Shini.
And Kruysen, you're not gonna leave with your coat? Oh, he left.
Yeah, there used to be another content creator called Anonymous, which Kruysen knows as well. So it was a little bit confusing, but I'm very familiar with Dennis as well.
I see. All right, let me plug in the names and we can jump right into it. Dennis versus, so Euler is also a very strong account. He participated in a few show matches ahead of the tournament, and I personally think he is a good contender to make the finals. So let's see if he's able to defeat Dennis here. There it is. All right, let me put in the poll quickly. Versus Euler. All right, poll is live and we are all set to go. Dennis, he really takes his time as well when he's picking, and you'll notice, again, you're seeing the full screen, you'll notice that he also, at least in the first fight, he really moves around with his mouse cursor, thinks about the champion he's going to pick. So it's interesting to see.
Yeah.
All right, Fabian pick.
Dennis has a lot of good voice. He has a surprisingly big pool. I thought he would have a lot less champions.
Yeah. And he also, for the tournament, he's joined with his alt account, I think, and not his main account. So this is like the 20 million player power account.
So he has a better account than this?
He said so, but he joined in with this one. But
okay.
I think this is the account that he uses also for content creation.
Okay,
and in general, he uses this more. But he said that he does have another account which is stronger.
Sure.
+2 Krixia. And Carnage.
Yeah, we were talking about underrated champions before, like I want to say yesterday, and Grixia is like a weird champion that nobody thinks Grixia. People talk about like the best champions in the game. Grixia like doesn't usually come up, but Grixia is a weird champion that obviously she resets the cooldown of your teams and is basically the best lockout too.
Yeah.
Since she gets more accuracy than we do see the Theodosia combo. Grixia kind of scales with your teammates. If you have really good teammates, then obviously the cooldown reset is more powerful. It's a very popular combination. Like Theodosia has both Stone Skin for herself and then Unkillable for the entire team. And resetting those big cooldowns is like huge deal. It's very common combo, those two together specifically.
Definitely. I think she's
and it's also a counter to Fabian at the same time.
Yep. And she's also a very big ban bait. If you don't have a solution to lockout, there's a good chance the opponent is just going to ban the Krixia. She gets banned a lot.
Yeah,
I
like
unfortunately don't have her, but yeah, I also, if I'm not picking Donnie or some other counter to lock out, then I am banning Grixia most of the time.
yeah, and the thing with Grixia is that she's a mythic, and with book she ignores 20% resistance.
Yeah,
Like hard but plausible to have enough resistance.
that's
But if they
correct.
build like accuracy on Grixia and not go full speed, you can't really resist her on any champion. Now, often people go quite fast because it works well with her second form, but even with little bit lower accuracy, she still usually locks out everything.
All right, so we have the champions. Let me take a screenshot.
Yeah, I think Cowfish and he got both of the top tier revivers. That's
Yep.
gonna be really hard team to kill, especially
It's-
with Gizmark as his only nuker.
Yep, it is, and I know Euler's Galathier is built quite well. Theodosia doesn't have a blessing, so that could be that she's not built the craziest. But yeah, his account is in general built very well.
Yeah, the thing is that he has two revivers. One of them has passive that mitigates, and he basically cannot be one shot with Galathier, and then they can revive each other. And Gizmark is kind of like a utility nuker. Often he's right now, if you do see Gizmark, he's often even in Mercurial. Wait, is this
Yeah.
one
This
piece?
Gizmac is, yeah, it's a
I
9-piece
can't.
Mercurial.
Yeah, so that's a very meta way to build Gizmark, but that's gonna really struggle with damage against this.
Definitely. So he's gonna lock him out, and everybody does get locked out. But I think Theodosia is actually not that bad against lockout. I recently got to Theodosia on the Primal Weekend, and she's amazing. She's now my only champion who has a good 9-piece Mercurial, and I win so many fights just because of her. He does not go into his form 2 though.
Yeah, Theodosia is my most wanted champion in the game actually. Often,
She's so
if
good.
like if they only have either Theodosia or Galathier, people will not even go to second form that often. But since he does have both of them, he's probably gonna camp the first form with one and then try to rotate. But he's already locked out, and if he
Wow.
can just stall this battle, he will win in the long run. So I think it's better maybe play it safe.
Definitely. Theodosia's
The
second form, I
Gizmark does have
personally
a
like,
total
since I've
card.
gotten her, I personally like Theodosia's second form better than her first form even. Which I know is a crazy thing to say, but she's just such a good champion in both forms.
Yeah, I think both are good, but you kind of often go to the second form to like finish the fight, or if you're losing and you have to risk it. But it just makes your team very safe and tanky on the first form.
That is
Both on
correct.
Galathier and Theodosia, the first form is definitely used more, but both of them use both of those forms.
Yep. So this fight is looking like a stalemate so far. The problem is that Anonymous does not have a lot of firepower in his team, except for Gizmak, of course.
Yeah, he actually had a really good start and he almost won it. But like I said, if this fight stays like in long term, he's definitely gonna lose with that team. So, but he almost got him very early on.
That's a huge hit, but of course, not able to go through the unkillable, neither the block damage on the nice. And Galathier gets a turn. He still has the 1 turn unkillable. He revives the Carnage.
Yeah, that Gizmark is doing crazy damage considering that it's full Mercurial.
Definitely. And there's the fatigue. So he has that relic on Fabian. I'm forgetting the name.
I always forget it's the Brain one, but you don't see it too often.
No, it's not Bane. Bane is different. Bane it gives you same buffs as the enemies.
No, Brain one.
Brain,
the one
yeah,
that the
yeah.
icon is Brain.
Yes, you're right.
It's Mind of something. Mind of Marquardt.
Marquardt, yeah.
Yeah, you do see it on Fabians quite often. It's not that rare.
He is not able to remove the unkillable, unfortunately, on that A1 hit.
Yeah,
The
that's kind of unlucky. Cowfish was. Can he actually close this battle?
It's looking tougher and tougher. He still
Yeah.
has Marichka, and he still has the Reviver in Hilvi. It's gonna be a long one, isn't it? There's a lot of revive on both sides, and a lot of protection as well, which is why the damage dealers are not able to go through. She finally flips form, and that's I personally have been using Theo's second form more than the first. It's
Yeah.
crazy. Like the protected block buffs is so nice against nice and so many other champions. It also kills off, for example, Amarius because of that decreased defense. His damage potential goes down significantly. You can sleep. You can destroy the speed. Theo's second form is amazing. It's
Yeah,
underrated,
it's
I
great
think.
when you pair it with like less hitting but more utility oriented nukers like Marius or even Carnage, I guess.
Yeah.
And now, but he was locked out at the start, so I think he was like trying to play it safe and not go to the second form and not have any revives at all.
Yeah. He's checking for the blessing. It is Chainbreaker 6-star on that nice. Very, very much a stalemate at this moment. The Galathier flips forms. And he's trying to lock out. He does. I think Nice needs to transform and land that block revive.
Yeah, people often kind of forget about
Yes.
nice that you can go back to this like first form. I have like the opposite thinking of Carnage and Nice. People very often, not often, but sometimes people try to close in the fight by going to the second form on Carnage.
Yeah.
And I feel like it's almost always form and never swap. But on Nice, often you can just block revive and end the battle, and people sometimes forget about it. I had many battles that they could just block. They forgot that they like long battles.
Absolutely. And that finishes off the fight faster than I would have thought. And Euler does take the win. Very solid showing.
Yeah, it was honestly like very. I think the team advantage was, quite considerably with Euler's team, but the Cowfish team was very well built. The Gizmak was doing crazy damage.
Yeah. Definitely. Let me start up the poll for the next one. Do you anticipate any changes to the team or any other different bans in the next game?
I think Euler might consider banning the Fabian since it was faster and it cost him the battle. Cowfish had other champions, so I'm not sure what exactly he's thinking, but I'm sure he will try something else. But I think the Fabian was like really key for him doing well in this battle.
Definitely. Let's head over to the next battle. Euler's up 1-0. Can Cowfish bring it back?
Maybe Cowfish goes with triple nuker or something because the Gizmak was doing crazy damage, but he kind of needed a bit more.
Yeah.
Gizmak is kind of, utility nuker, even though he's still nuker, but often he's used in teams with different nukers.
Yeah. He goes for the exact same picks as last time, Krixia and Carnage. I think even the order is the same.
Yeah. So, if Cowfish just had either Theodosia or Galathier, I think this would be like way better for him because if those were his first two picks and he had like basically 2 CC champions and 1 lockout in the first 2 picks, it would be much easier for him to go with triple nuker team, and that probably would be like a very popular team for him, especially since his Fabian seems to be quite fast. But I like he needs to go for like offensive teams because Euler is just winning in long battles with his like double mythic reviver and Nice. It's just very tanky team.
Yep. He does pick the Marius, maybe thinking of more damage, and he might bring his Maria. I know that he loves his Maria and he's done a lot of showcases on her as well.
Yeah, and Maria is like a good, nice counter as well.
She is.
Euler was relying Maybe Cowfish could try something like different, and since he knows he's faster, though I think his Fabian might get banned this time. Maybe he just bans, tries to block revive the Carnage or something like that. He could do something different.
He does. He picks Bayek. Bayek is definitely gonna help. And now Euler has to think if he bans the Bayek or if he bans the Maria. If you're Euler, who are you banning, Shini?
For sure. I think he has Carnage that can deal with the Bayek
That's
passive.
true.
He has like does multiple roles. He basically has 2 CC champions. Yeah, just pick a third nuke or something that can deal with Bayek, and I think that was the right move. I think he's definitely going to ban the Fabian. Or, I mean, he could ban Bayek, but I think he's not going to do it.
Yeah.
I think he picked Comidus because he's not going to ban the Bayek.
Yes.
So, Cowfish has Maritska. We
He
saw
does
in the
have
previous
Maritska.
battle, though, they picked Comidus against Maritska in that.
Yep.
Okay, so
Maritska gets
yeah,
banned
okay.
and
They were
Comidus
both
gets
afraid of the
banned.
matchup.
Yep. Let me take the screenshot and again close out the poll. Make
Yeah.
sure that you have voted.
Well, he
people
does have the
think
Krixia, but since Cowfish is going to go first on lockout, he went for like, he has 3 nukers now plus Fabian, so he's just trying to end the battle as quickly as possible.
Yep, that very much looks to be the case. Let's go into the battle. Can Cowfish make a comeback in game number 2 of this last quarterfinal? All right, so we are in and we have Krixia taking the first turn. Let's watch for... She does increase everybody's skill lockout.
That's a surprising Bayek build. It's not either in Stone Skin or Mercurial. Usually they are in Stone Skin and Lethal, but it's not even in Mercurial. I don't know what the build is.
Yeah, interesting.
It looks kind of high health. I don't know if that's a nuking Bayek.
Yep. This is so sad to watch. Look at that hit from the Nice, and he does 10% HP because of Bayek. And there's the Bayek counter, which is Carnage, of course. And Maria does not fear lockout as much, but we have to remember her passive is locked out. Even her active is locked out. This might be over.
Yeah.
This might be over. Carnage and Krixia might have just closed this out. She's gonna get the extra turn, but she's gonna get smacked by Carnage every time she tries to hit. She's gonna have her skill available next turn. If she gets an extra turn right now, she will not. And she is in very low HP. It's looking very dicey for Dennis. Another counter attack comes in. Carnage is such an amazing champion. And such a nuisance if he's on the opponent team. There's the sheep. And Marius also has all his skills locked out. A1. Again, Bayek's passive is still... no, it's not active. It's locked out. Never mind. That was just not a strong hit from Nice. Do you think Dennis has a chance here?
He's okay. It's already over. He's very close. He got much closer both times than I was honestly expecting. I mean, I was kind of expecting it on the second battle because he did really well on the first one, but it was kind of uphill battle.
Definitely.
I think if Dennis just had either Theodosia or Galater, would have had very good chance to win battles.
Yep. But unfortunately, Dennis also bows out of the tournament. Euler taking the win, and he moves on. And he's gonna face Sammy. Having faced Sammy and having looked at Euler's account, who do you favor in that semifinal?
Euler.
Euler?
Definitely Euler. I will say that I don't know is it built or how it's built, but I'm surprised he didn't pick in his second battle and go for like super speed team since he knew that he had the speed advantage. Maybe Odin would have been the way to win because Odin could have doubled down as a nuker and then he could have gone with triple nuker team. The Bayek, I guess, was not built as a nuker.
Yeah, probably. And it could be that he was trying to save it for a potential third match.
Yeah.
So that could be the reason as well. But we have the semi-final set, Gaijinn against Walth and Sami against Euler. So before the tournament started, I did like a show match, Gaijinn against Euler, a best of 3. It was a very, very good show match. And it was kind of a battle of carnage against Bayek, and I put out a video on this on my channel as well. Fantastic fight, and in the end, Euler actually won that fight, but very close. So there's a good chance
Yeah.
that could be the final. But Sami is no slouch. Sami is a very strong competitor. He's had to fight his way through both Pro Damage and Shini. And let's see if he can give Euler a run for his money in the semifinals. All right, that it will be it. Shini, thank you very much. Really, really appreciate your time. And a lot of I learned a lot from you just from these conversations. So thank you very much.
Sure, no problem. So the semifinals, do them yet? I guess they're not.
No, I will schedule them now, and next weekend most likely I'm gonna have the semifinals and finals of the Plat League, and then finals of both silver and gold done. If you're up for it and if you're available, you're very welcome to join me again next week.
Sure. Which day is it gonna be? I'm not sure. I might have some visitors on next weekend, but like,
Okay.
if you can, like, if you know the day and time ahead, I can try to make room.
Most likely on Saturday, similar time, most likely. But let me get back to you off stream afterwards. I'll
Sure.
let you know by tomorrow. But thank you very much, Shini. Really appreciate the time, and and I know it's quite late also for me.
Yeah. No, thank you. It was fun to participate on tournament. It's kind of fun that everybody's doing this now a little bit since we
Yeah.
can.
Yeah, definitely. I can't wait for them to introduce the spectator feature. It's gonna be even better for this kind of thing. But yeah, it's definitely a very good addition. And also let me know like about the rules, because I do want to do like a second edition of this. So what worked well, what we can change in the next one. I would love your feedback on that as well.
Yeah, I don't know what's the best way. I mean, I can only blame myself. I got super confused about the rules. I don't know. I don't know. I don't even wanna. I don't have opinion about it.
Okay.
I was just very confused about. I will say that if it's like best of 3, whoever first picks kind of has advantage. I was first picking
Okay.
in my first battle and not the second battle, and best of 5 both get like first pick like 2 times potentially, or like more likely, I guess. So
Yeah. Okay, so something in the rules should allow for alternating best picks or some kind of disadvantage
I
to
mean,
whoever picks first.
yeah, I don't know. It's kind of hard to come up with, because I mean, you could do
Yeah,
it
it
so
is.
that whoever loses gets the first pick, but then if it's like, maybe that's the way. But I feel like it's hard to say. I feel like either maybe best of 1 or best of 5. Maybe that's the way to go. But it's very dependent. I don't think probably better to get like feedback from multiple people and what they think about
Yeah.
it. I definitely like the rules that there was like a bit more strategy, that you have to think about what you pick for the final battles. And I was maybe getting a little bit hung up on it, but I like the idea of it at least.
Yeah.
I
I
just
think
played it wrong.
I think that's gonna come into play a lot more in the best of 5s. So in the
Yeah.
semi-final and final of Plat. And I'm very much looking forward to it, because best of 5 you really have to, because you might think that Sami and Euler, like Euler has a great roster, but maybe he has a good roster for best of 3s. Maybe he doesn't have the deepness in his roster for a potential 5th game, right? So that kind of strategy I'm very much looking forward to seeing in the next round.
Yeah. That's kind of interesting mechanic. It kind of adds like a new level. Live arena, where you would just use everything that you got and try to counter the enemy.
Exactly.
But the best of 5 is kind of almost like a different game mode.
It's almost like a different game mode, exactly. So very much looking forward to it, and maybe in the future ones we can do more best of 5s, and maybe even double elimination, because I know single elimination is also quite unforgiving. Who knows? Maybe Kenpachi would have fared well against Gaijinn, for example, but he lost against Jota, and So double elimination would help in that regard.
Yeah. Well, one thing I don't know, like there is really no good rule deciding who gets to pick first. Like, do you
Right now
coin
there
toss
is
it?
not.
But like
Right
you know that
right
the
now
default
I
is
just
that
let the players decide. But maybe for the semifinals maybe I say that they pick alternate, something like that.
yeah, because
Yeah.
it was a little bit. I mean, we didn't have like any issues with that, but like whoever challenges goes first,
Yes.
and that
So
might be advantage in some battles.
definitely. The problem is that when I was planning the tournament, I was not aware of the fact that whoever invites gets the first pick. This
Yeah.
mechanic, because it was so new, I didn't know that, so that's why I didn't put it in the rules. But for next time, for sure.
Mm.
And for the semifinals and finals, I will add in a small clause to make that.
Also, you had very good graphics. I like the
Thank you.
stats in between the battles with people's picks and some of their personal information and so on. It reminds like leagues from like like actual like you know, basketball or whatever, like actual sports and stuff.
That's the kind of the theme I'm going for in the long run. Again, this was the first one, and again, I'm a tiny name, so not a lot of attention. So which is why I'm even more grateful to people like yourself, like Kruysen, who responded. Going forward, hopefully we get more players, so this kind of thing will become even better. You know.
Yeah, I think a lot of the like did you, by the way, did you ask Chasap? I think a lot of the arena
No,
content creators are probably pretty interested about it.
I know
You didn't
I didn't
ask
reach
him,
out to him.
or
I actually
or you
am
did?
not. I'm not. I did not ask him. I am not aware of him that much.
Yeah,
I,
yeah,
I
okay,
should
sure.
reach
Like
out.
Chasap just came to my mind because so they did the other tournament where
Okay.
me, Kruysen, and Chasap, we were all in it, and Chasap is very similar to me and Kruysen. We're like all like old, like long time platinum arena players, you know, and
Yeah.
people like that. I'm like Chasap probably would have joined as well if you asked him. So
Okay. Then that's on me. My bad for not asking
yeah,
him.
yeah,
We'll keep in mind. We'll keep in mind.
yeah. I the arena content creators will join if you ask them. So
Yeah, definitely. We'll keep in mind. All right, Shini, I'll head out as well. Thank you very much. Have a nice evening, and I'll message you tomorrow about the timing for the next week.
yeah, same. Thank you too, and have a good evening. See ya.
Thank you. Take care. Bye. All right, guys. Hope you enjoyed the stream. I had a lot of fun. And the brackets are looking nice. We have a solid final coming in for Silver League, Trey versus Brewmaster. Then on gold, Afghan versus LeMans should be a banger. And then, of course, semifinals and the final all should be streamed next week. And hopefully, Shini joins once again. And yeah, we already. I will tally the results of all the polls. And most likely tomorrow. And then I will publish on Discord who wins, and I will reach out to the winner for the gem pack. Thank you very much. It was a lot of fun, but I'm extremely tired. It's been almost 4.5 hours of constantly talking. Thank you very much, everybody who tuned in, and hopefully see you guys next time. And join the Discord to keep updated.